Hello there, everybody. So let me turn this down just a bit because it's loud. There we go. So no base practice today just because, like I said, my fingers are kind of we went for a long time yesterday. Sure, a lot of it was kind of idle noodling and not really anything major, but my fingers still just feel kind of so I want to give that a little rest. Also, just in case that little twinge that made me have to stop last week comes back, so I want to give that just a little bit of a rest. But anyways, so you did not misread that. You did not misread that. There are some absolute madmen out there who are currently in the process of bringing Chromehounds back from the dead. And I am just sitting here in utter awe at what they've been able to do so far. So we're not going to be looking at any of that just because it's still a very, the online stuff on that is still in a very, very rough state. And frankly, yeah, it needs a lot of work. At some point I would really like to, but that's something that's going to be happening for. But it just has me wanting to revisit Chromehounds to begin with, especially because of some of the things that have enabled their work in reverse engineering the game that are really, really cool. So you can, if you want to find them, like it's in the title, you can look for OpenCOMBAS and you'll be able to see some of the work that's being done there. Like I said, it's still in a very early, very rough state, and you can really tell because, like I said, I've done a couple of matches there that with the stuff they've got set up, it's still in a very early, very rough state. Like I said, they've only got the intermission free battles working so far, but there is now hope that it just might be possible to resurrect along with those free battles. It just might be possible to resurrect Almost War system. Hey, Parasitas, thanks for the sub. 22 months. Oh God, it has been. It is almost 2 years. Jesus. But what was I going to say? Oh yes. So they've only been able to so far reverse engineer they've only been able to get like the free battles working so far. They have not been able to get the thing that really made Chromehounds amazing. They have not yet been able to get that working yet. But the fact that, but there's been like, and a year or so ago, they thought they'd had to give up. They thought they were going to have to give up just because, like, we've gone as far as we can, and unless something changes, I'm sorry, but this is as far as we can go. But since then, things have changed. In particular, things have changed. In particular, a new development in Xbox 360 emulation regarding netplay. That was the big catalyst that got this project back in development, is that there was development regarding netplay on Xbox 360 emulation, and that's where the process started. That's when they realized we can get back into this. We can get this going again. And then on top of that was also, I think this happened first, and I think it happened before they before they gave up the first time. They found a very, very interesting early debug build of the game that has been instrumental in their reverse engineering of Chromehounds, particularly how the network protocol worked, and a lot, because Chromehounds was not originally, because I don't even know how to say this, but Chromehounds uses a lot of older network code, even for the time. I'm talking about even for the time. Chromehounds used a lot of older net code that was done for the original Xbox and not the 360, which makes it kind of an odd beast. I think, let me see if I can find the details here, where imagine being at computers. The guy who's like really in charge of this has gone into the process of reverse engineering. Let me see if I can find this real quickly. Announcements. So yeah, about a year ago. So this is about a year ago. So I'm taking a pretty long break for this, as there's not much that can currently be done. Without knowing how to create global param2.bnd, and without a clear route towards secure gateway implementation, I'm currently at a dead end. Working sessions I've attempted since lightly resuming this project in April have yielded very few items of note, and I'm just at the point where I don't have much motivation to spend hours a day banging my head against a wall. I need to wait for more headway to be completed on netplay before I can really see the point in picking this back up. I'm not quitting, but I'm probably not going to be very active here until that happens. Sorry for the overall depressing message. This, like I said, this is what happened a year ago. This is what happened a year ago, and he was basically talking about how there would need to be more development on Chromehounds netplay before he could continue reverse engineering, not just Chromehounds, on 360 netplay, on netplay for Xbox 360 emulation. That has since happened, and that's why he's picking this project back up. And I'm really hoping that this goes further. I'm really hoping this goes further, because Jesus Christ, if we can get to the point where, if it can even, you know what would be the Holy Grail? So the Holy Grail would be if they can figure out not only how to reverse engineer Neuromus War for server hosting, for hosting and such, but if they can get it to work as a recompilation. Now that would be the Holy Grail. And a Chromehounds recompilation that also has the netplay working, that would be a thing of beauty. Especially, you know, like, so you would have to set it up where it would be able to have like dedicated servers, because the way Chromehounds' netplay works was very unique, where you had, it wasn't just PvP. There was a lot more going on with it. You had a grand war of sorts. The whole thing was set up as like a grand war, where you have each faction, you have the factions, and each faction has territory, and as the player matches go through that sort of affects the way, it's kind of that Parasitus, but not exactly. It's a bit more complicated than that. So you have PvP matches. You have the PvP matches, and as the PvP matches run along, the results of those PvP matches affect the overall campaign map. So you would have, basically, you would have like a world map, and in that world map you had 3 factions. Each faction has territories, and players could ally themselves with different factions. Players could ally themselves to a certain faction. So there are 3 factions: Terrakia, Morskoy, and Salkar. A player at the beginning of, when they joined into the campaign for the online campaign for the first time, they would pick a faction. And what you were doing, everything you were doing, every match you went into from that point forward, not even a player. Yeah, so you would join a faction, and then you would join a squad. You would join a squad, and each squad, whatever faction they were with, whenever they went into a match, every match they won increased their faction's score, basically. Increased their faction's score and expanded their faction's territory. If you lost, on the other hand, it would decrease your faction's score and your faction would lose territory. So you had these 3 factions that all had players running with, you know, players allied with them. And so you had this like basically a dynamic, like I said, a dynamic campaign. It was a dynamic player-controlled campaign, and it was the coolest shit ever. It was like the coolest shit. The other game that did this, that has also been seeing amazing progress on reverse engineering its world campaign, is Steel Battalion Line of Contact. And like I was saying, there's even better news there. So it is still a very early work in progress that runs very poorly. So you have to have a very beefy PC for this to work, but Steel Battalion Line of Contact can be played on an emulator. I don't know how well that works with the net play, unfortunately. I think it does, but I don't know how well that works. You have to have a very, like I said, I'm talking to one of the guys who's actually, I was talking to one of the guys who is in charge of that who's involved in that, not in charge, but who's involved with that reverse engineering project. And so that, like I said, it runs fairly poorly, but it runs, and you need a fairly beefy PC for it. But also, it ran very poorly on the original hardware, so it doesn't look all that different. And the same is true for the state of Chromehounds right now as well. Both of these games ran infamously poorly on their original hardware. Like, Chromehounds would sometimes dip into single-digit frame rates on the original hardware. The garage in Chromehounds right now, it runs very poorly. It's like 15, 20 frames per second. It's bad. But again, it was bad on the original hardware, so it's not like it's all that shocking. On the other hand, once you're actually in combat, if you're actually in a mission, it runs so much better. It's amazing how much better Chromehounds runs. The parts of it that run well, it's amazing how well they run. Like, I'm getting like, I'm seeing like 60 FPS in missions, not in the garage. Like I said, the garage runs like dog shit, but the garage always ran like dog shit. It ran like dog shit on original hardware. And so the fact that it runs like dog shit now is not entirely surprising to me. But regardless, the bigger point is just that it runs. It runs and it can be played. And even more so than that, not only does it run and not only can it be played, because of the specific build that's being used, yes, while the campaign is kind of a glorified tutorial for the actual meat of the game, which was its online campaign, the single player campaign, you can now bring parts that were previously only available if you were playing online to the single player campaign. And it feels so strange, but it's actually really cool because, like I said, we're not going to be doing any of the online stuff today just because of the state it's currently in. It's very early and it's all kind of very close circle and such. But what I can do is show just some of the work that has been done so far, because it's a thing of beauty. It's a thing of beauty, and I have missed this game for so long. I don't think you know. I don't think I can explain just how long it's been and how crazy it feels to be able to see this game being brought back from the dead. This game and Steel Battalion Line of Contact, both of them being brought back from the dead, is just so shocking to me. And there's so much here. There's just so much here that is just beautiful. So much about this game that is so distinctive that has never been done since. Like, let me just show you. Let me bring it over so y'all can see what I'm talking about. It's easier to explain if you can see it. This intro scene should give you an idea of just sort of the vibe of Chromehounds, because Chromehounds was a very distinctive game in a lot of ways. And I can actually explain everything that's going on in this cutscene. Everything you are seeing in this cutscene, it's not I'm not gonna say, oh, it's like 100% how it would go in game, but everything in this cutscene is relevant to the gameplay. And that is something FromSoft has always been very good about in their intros, where, yes, the intros look better than the game does, and there's a lot, and they're not an exact reflection of gameplay, but they do a very good job of giving you an idea of what the game is. And this is absolutely one of those cases. I've also talked about this game and Steel Battalion at length for another reason. So one of the things about these two games is they both understand legged movement in a way that MechWarrior could never. They understand legged movement in a way that MechWarrior could never even dream of. And you can really tell. You can really tell because these are the same sort, this is the same style of mechs. The walking gun platform sort of mechs that, you know, they're not flying around everywhere. And hell, some of them are even on wheels or tracks. But Chromehounds understood. Chromehounds understood that legs are not wheels, legs are not tracks, and they have their own distinctive characteristics that it doesn't go quite as far as I would like to see go, but it does go there. So let's actually, yes. Oh, no, okay. Shit, I have to restart it now, shit. Hold on, I gotta restart it. I made a mistake. Just give me a second, I gotta restart it because I made a mistake about clicking something, and this is just how Chromehounds is. I forgot how Chromehounds is in some ways. It's been such a long time. So just give me a second to restart it. Come back over here while I do that. Open you like so. Bring you back around. Do that, do that. There we go. Okay, we're back now. We're back now. Let's make sure the sound is back as well before we go any further. Good. We have sound. Story mode. Load game. Yes. Here we go.
1980s.
Peace held the world in check with tenuous grasp. Two of the world's superpowers. I love this narration as well. Like there's a lot that was very interesting about this game, like I said, and you can really see in everything that FromSoft has done. Not everything FromSoft has done, but every time FromSoft has, you know, like in the Armored Core series and in that one Kinect game that nobody likes to bring up because it was bad. Not only was it bad, it was an insult to another. It was kind of insulting to an old legacy, to this legacy of Steel Battalion. But Steel Battalion Heavy Armor, and Armored Core 6 both reference this game to some degree, to one degree or another.
Resulted in a serious shortage of manpower. Countries were forced to hire mercenaries to fill their ranks.
Oh wow, I'm just noticing how the dialogue and the subtitles don't match. Oh, the audio isn't in sync either. Oh god, I didn't even notice that. The audio fell out of sync too. But let's see. So that's the intro though. But so this is what we've got to start with, just as our little tutorial mech. But like I said, you can really get a feeling for sort of the vibe of Chromehounds just by looking at it. And this is one of my favorite things about Chromehounds. So you see these weapons, right? Each of these weapons, take note how each of these weapons is in a hexagonal frame. That's actually a crucial part of the mech building process in Chromehounds. And one of the things that really set it apart. Also, while we're here, we're gonna do something. You don't need to know what this does. Remember what I said before about how there are certain parts that are exclusive to NetPlay? I just had to enable that as all. So now that that's been enabled, it won't matter yet, but we'll actually be able to build mechs with parts that we wouldn't normally have access to in single player.
You will now undergo hound pilot training.
And one of the reasons, like I said, that doesn't, I'm willing to do that is entirely because the campaign is very much a tutorial. But I love this track. I love the training music in this game. It is, for lack of a better term, it is iconic to me. It is one of those tunes. It's one of those tunes that has been burned into my memory for God knows how long at this point. Bring that up just so that's more audible.
First, basic maneuvering.
But you see how I'm able to just like keep my direction turning like this? This is, it's the way the control scheme works, where your angle, it's a little thing. It's a little thing that MechWarrior doesn't do, where your perspective that you're aiming at is stabilized. And this does a lot to really emphasize, this does a lot to really change the way it feels.
Good. Stop.
Okay, so we don't have, our weapons are currently locked out. I was trying to remember if they were or not.
There is another vehicle at point.
And
Maneuver your
just
way
this game has so many memories for me. This game has so many memories for me about
One thing you
just
should know
its
is that
very, very distinctive style, its very distinctive gameplay concept, etc., etc., etc. There's just so much about this game that is highly, highly memorable for me. So I'm sorry if I'm like not very coherent about what this is, what I'm talking about here, but it really is just one of those games that you have to see in order to understand. It's one of those games you really have to see in order to understand. That's why I was incredibly excited when I first heard the news about the first online match in Chromehounds in 15 years. Because so Sega shut down the online services for this game in 2010. And in the years since then, you know, there really has not been much going on.
Stop. Next is attacking. I believe you already know the controls.
Okay, bring guns over.
Destroy the vehicle in front of you. Now, open fire.
Okay.
Good. Cease fire.
Cease fire. Second group should be somewhere in the vicinity, but I don't know
Your
where.
phone is equipped with 4 groups of weapons.
Ah, there we go.
1 through 4 on the right side of your screen represent your various weapon groups.
God, I love the style of this game. I love the vibe of this game. It's like I said,
In different situations.
it makes me really sad that the last attempt to make a game, the attempt to make a spiritual successor to this, Mav,
Test out each
just,
weapon, learn its characteristics.
it really makes me sad about how much it did not get there.
Recommend using all of your weapons to test out their
What are you talking about, Mechanicat? What are you talking about? Bonk. And next one. There we go. Next target group. Okay, moving on. Oh, there's still one active, Check our sonar. There we go. That should be all of them now. Good. What do we got next? Edgardo?
To be more accurate, you can switch to the weapon cam. When you do this, your hound's camera display will switch to the currently selected weapon. This is
But the other thing that made Chromehounds really unique, so you see these towers right here, right?
and switch to the weapon cam.
So you see these towers right here. They're gonna be more relevant soon. But, there they are. There we go. Okay, we're gonna need to move out and away to catch that last one with that weapon. We should be able to do it with these. Good. Okay.
Good.
Takes care of those. And let's keep moving here.
I will instruct you on communications. The tower-like
Okay.
structure you can see
Yep, this is the one right here.
is called a COMBAS. It's basically a radio communications tower.
So these are what made the game, these right here, and the mechanics around them are really what made Chromehounds the game it was. It was the fact that these dictated your communications range, and these dictated your comms, basically. You had to have control of these in a contiguous area. So you see how that area on the map is lit up? You had to be in that lit up area. You and whoever you were talking to had to be in that lit up area in order to have comms. Unfortunately, this also leads to one of the things that ended up killing this game. So, aside from being a niche game to begin with, one of the big things that killed Chromehounds was the introduction of the Xbox Live Party Chat system at the time, which basically meant you didn't have to interface with this game. You you did not have to, you didn't have to interface with the mechanics of this game anymore in terms of the comms mechanics. And as a result, it just lost a lot of its uniqueness and identity. It lost a lot of its identity, and it was really kind of sad how once that happened, it kind of all just fell apart from there. And it's one of the things I'm really, really, really hoping can be reestablished, especially nowadays with how much games with even games I don't like. So I mentioned before, I don't like Repo, and I'm not the biggest fan of Repo or Lethal Company, right? But it's the fact that they have that proximity chat as like as a mechanic, and the fact that people are really embracing that. I really, really think this would be a mechanic people would really get in on, would really get into if it was something that was done now. God, I love this soundtrack. It's such a short loop. It's a short track, especially considering... Oh, they're all down here. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that. G6, H8. I should be seeing them come into view shortly. We are approaching F6. They check on the map. Also, you calling me a nerd right now, Mechanic Cat. Just wait until we get into one of the missions after this. Then you'll really get to see me be a fucking nerd. So keep moving and just keep running along. Oh, there's next contact. Like I said, it was just such a distinctly unique game, and nothing has ever been like it since. And that makes me really sad, just because, like I said, just because it was one of those games I really clicked with way back in the day when it first came out, and I adored this game at the time. And I would love to see a revival. I would absolutely love to see a revival of it, just because of how distinct and unique it is. Like, I know, I keep saying those words, but you have to understand, there has never been anything like this since. The closest was Mav, which was a little project by a studio called Bomb Dog, but it never quite captured what it was trying to emulate. It never quite captured the magic of Chromehounds. Like, there was just something about Chromehounds. There's something about Chromehounds that Mav was never able to really get. And I think part of it was the fact that it was just, it never got beyond a very crude development state before it died off. And the guy who was working on it, and the people who were working on it, didn't really understand what makes a mech feel right. They don't really understand what makes a mech feel right. That feeling of momentum, that feeling of... You will be faced with combat situations you've never even imagined. I don't even know what the right word for this is. Situation and you will survive. Very well. You're dismissed. Like I said, I don't even know what the right word I'm looking for is here, but I hope you understand the concept I'm talking about, where it makes it feel... Again, I don't even know what the word I'm looking for is, but there is a word I'm looking for here. I wish I knew what it was. I wish I knew what the word I'm looking for here is, because I want to be able to explain this better. But there's like this certain quality to how a mech should feel, and unfortunately, it's one of those terms that has gotten kind of lost. Ooh, but now actually, I get to show y'all what I'm talking about with the assembly. I get to show you what I'm talking about with the assembly. So all of these parts right here, anything that doesn't say RFZ on it. Oh, shut up, Mechanic Cat. Shut up. This is the wrong. This is not that kind of mecha. This is not Combiner superhero mecha. Stop that. Ooh, let's see what we got here. TL500s, TL501s, Jamals, Nakas. Ooh, do we want Jamals, Nakas, Hancocks, Douglas, Burns, RJ400s, RJ401. Ooh, what legs do we want to use? DuPonts, Baccaras, Thars, Grants, ML1s, Charmans. I bet this was meant to be Sherman, but that's a mistranslation. Considering the other names here are all references to U.S. generals or something like that. I really think though, it would be Mechanicat, but also, like I said, that's a very different kind of mecha. That's more, like I said, that's more like your superhero sort of mecha, and you know, we both know that's not what I'm talking about. Ooh, ML201, ML210, ML2, that one, the Himar, the Boggle, the Hooker, the Custer, the Mead, CL110s, CL101, CL100, the Hover Leg. Actually, so these are interesting. I kind of want to show these as well, actually. Man, it has just been so long. I'm just having to go through all the parts to see what's what again, just because it's been so long. Okay, so those are the Sheridans, but they're the campaign version of the Sheridans, and these are the campaign versions of the Hisans. Okay, I'm just, like I said, I'm going through the parts just to see what's what at this point. Faras, WL300, because Morskoy always makes theirs big. Wheel leg model for designed for driving on flat. Let's have a look at the hover legs. Like I said, just because they are so distinctive from the others. HL601s, Wells, Labua, Cushing, Namir, Ghazal. Let's use the Cushing. Why not? Let's put a C-Sal car cockpit on it. Actually, no. I want to show y'all some of the weirdness people would do. Thanks, doing Chromehounds. There's a particular category of parts. These right here, the spacers. The Born is probably one of the best ones to demonstrate this with. So people would often do wacky shit like this. Watch. And then, what other spacer do we want to use here? We want to keep the weight down is the problem. We might have to use two Borns there is the thing. I don't want to have to use two Borns is the thing. We might have to use two Borns. Okay. Because I just want to show you, like I said, there was some wacky shit people got up to in this game once they realized how spacers work. So you see how I'm putting these two spacers here, right? Now, let me go grab the cockpit. The C-Cell car. We can stick it. Oh, it's not quite high enough. Okay. But we can actually, no, we can do this. We can do this. So you see how I'm putting this cockpit? Like, watch where I'm putting this cockpit. See, I've got like off to the side here. This isn't quite what I wanted to do, so let's go back here real quickly. Change this Born just a little bit. So that, like I said, I just want to show off some of the goofy shit people realize you can do with spacers in this game. Because once this got realized as well, it really changed how it really also changed the gameplay. It changed the way the game was played in a pretty dramatic fashion. Actually, no. Yes, that one. And then rotate it like that. Good. Add parts. New spacer. I think we're going to go with a... Where are you? An ASP3 here? Yeah. Actually, not an ASP3. Let's go with the YAD. It's the same part, but it's not the campaign one. So whatever. Like so. And you're starting to see, like I said, I'm just making this look really silly, right? But there is a method to this madness, believe it or not. There we go. And believe it or not, there is a method to this madness. And now we can put on a cockpit. And let's just go with the nominal for... Oh, it's too big. Okay. I was kind of figuring that would happen. So that's right. We do have the size bubble. But the point I was trying to make here is people realized pretty quickly that you could do some very, very silly cockpit placements if you were clever with spacers. Like, people would have them hanging off behind the legs, where the entire idea was to obscure your cockpit where people couldn't see it. And like I said, it started to look very silly after a certain point. We're not going to be doing it. I'm not actually going to be doing any of that just because, like I said, how ridiculous it started to look after a while. But, oh, let's see what this is, partner. Let's see what this is. What do you got for me this time? Thanks to this person. I should have grabbed their socials. I now have the Neko arc with the gun. Oh, so kind of, partner. Kind of. So, Chromehounds did, in fact, die. Let's get that out of the way right now. Chromehounds did, in fact, die back in 2010. But this year, some absolute madmen have made... I didn't necromance it, but some absolute madmen have been working to bring it back from the dead. It's not me. It's not me. Let's just get that out of the way right now. I am not the person who did this, but I love what's been done here. Actually, I know a way to do this. I know a way to do this now. Spacer. Let's get not a chest. Let's use a yad. Rotate it to be that way. I'm starting to remember now. I'm starting to remember the process now. Not you. Which one is lighter? Yeah, the Born is lighter, so we want the Born up here. Like so, but this is the wrong joint. Still the wrong joint. There's a way to do this. Or maybe not. No, it has to be this way. Okay. So it has to be this way. And then... Oh, wait. I think I know how this can work now. I think I know how this can work. We need a generator that has... There it is! We need you. Yeah, G101 goes here. Like so. And then cockpit goes on that. There we go. I've got it now. We're going to want a relatively small cockpit like the Picket for this, just so it fits. There we go. So this isn't the best example of it, but this is some of the things people would do in Chromehounds with their cockpits. And let's see here. We're going to want a... Where are you? Where's the one that works really well here? A Saba. A Bardeen. Bardeen or an Ithnan? Let's go with the Ithnan. It's got a little bit less socket use, so that's actually really good. So we cannot exceed 4 sockets. So let's go with the RC1500. Here we go. And now that we've done that, Ithnan is 1 socket. Bardeen is 2. So let's go with the Bardeen. I think it's a little bit better than the Ithnan. And And now we can start putting weapons and armor on this boy. But look how silly this is. Like, it does look silly. I'm going to admit it. But, like I said, there is a method to this madness, believe it or not. There is an actual method to this madness. We're going to need some more spacers for this now. We're going to need more Borns, most likely. I think they're the ones that are the most... It's going to be the most versatile here. Yeah, like that. Perfect! Perfect placement! And then another one on this side in the same orientation. Wait, no. Can we change the rotation? Can we change the orientation on this spacer real quickly? Just realized we might want to do that. Just to get a little bit more even distribution on things. Yeah, like that. There we go. That's what we want. Okay. That's what I've been trying to do this whole time. Okay. So now we can add another spacer here. The way I actually wanted to do it before. And then we add, where are the assist parts? There they are. And we want, I think we want the greave for this. We are going to need to check the dimensions. Yep, perfect. Yeah, the greave is perfect. Okay. And then another one over here. And so this would be kind of... Yeah, that's exactly sort of the vibe, isn't it, partner? Like you said, it's like a hoverboat you would design with a bucket of Legos or something similar like that. This is how people would have shit set up. This isn't even me doing it particularly well. Let's just keep that in mind. I'm not even doing this particularly well. This is just an example of the setups people would run. And then we would have... What's the weight difference here? Yeah, let's do AM100, AM1000s on the sides like this. And that's your cockpit armored up. So this is how you would like obscure your cockpit. You would obscure your cockpit like this so that people wouldn't be able to shoot at you very easily. And then you would use your remaining joints to mount weapons. So for example, let's go stylets. I've got 700 weight to work with. Stylets weigh 240, so I could get 3 of those. Or I could get 2 of these on here like this. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Let's put them up here. And then let's go change the other one so it's on that top joint as well. Like I said, this is not me doing this particularly well, so keep that in mind. So we have to remove it. Okay. Now we have to re-add it just because the joint needs to be changed. But like this would be sort of a layout you might see, for example, right? It's something like this. Kids these days need a dang instruction manual on pre-made sets. No imagination on their dang blocks. Oh, shit. Do we have enough weight for it? Because I just realized we could put... Maybe not another greave. I don't think it would fit here. No, that puts us over. Oh, a greave would fit though. Holy shit, a greave would fit. But no, we don't want to rotate it. Okay. But so now we have a fully obscured cockpit. We have a fully obscured cockpit now, right? could we go for something else other than the Grieve that would be lighter? Now, the Grieve is fairly light. We could go for Hadids, which that would be lighter, but I don't know if we want to do that. We do want to add another weapon group, though, if we can afford it and if we have the weight margin for it. No, not heavy arms. Here. How much are bomb oh, bomb dispensers are heavy! Shit. Okay, so never mind that. Can we afford anything in terms of weight margin that would be useful? Let's see. Oh, we can put landmines. Why is this one so much lighter than the rest? Whatever. I'm not complaining. I'm not going to complain if it's lighter. Actually, I am going to. Just I want to see what else there is first is all. So we have a 336 to play with. We have 336 to play with. What can we get for that weight? That is our new question. Can we get anything useful for 336 weight? And if so, what? I think I know where we might be able to find something that'll fit within our weight margin. Not quite. Oh, this is the placeholder part. That's why. I don't know what it's meant to be, but it's a dummy part. Okay, that makes more sense now why this one is so light. This is a dummy part. Anything that fits our weight margin? No, I don't think there really is. Okay. So let's change our weapon groups now. And like I said, this just kind of demonstrates the silliness that people would get up to. And... this weight is in kilograms. I don't know what this weight is in, Mechanic Cat. I don't think it is, though, unfortunately. I don't know what this weight is in. I don't think this actually, the weight corresponds to anything. I don't think this weight corresponds to anything, unfortunately, because if this is in kilograms, look at the size of this thing. Look at the size of this thing, and look at the size of the people in the background. It is definitely not in kilograms. Let me just put it that way. It is definitely not in kilograms. But look at us go. Like I said, this is just me, entirely just me showing the sort of the silliness that people would build in this game. This is not a good build by all accounts, by the way. Ooh, god damn it, Mechanic Cat. But like the entire idea behind this build, right? So the entire idea behind this concept, they cannot directly hit my cockpit from any angle except directly behind. That's the goal here, basically. And so this was something that people really started building up on, is you had two different categories of builds. You had open pit builds and closed pit builds. This is a closed pit build, in case you couldn't tell. And like I said, this isn't even a particularly good one. But it is a fairly conventional one. Oh, I gotta remember the debug shit is there. But so like I said, this is a fairly conventional closed pit build that you would see on like in online play. Stuff like this. What the fuck did I do? Hold on, I think I broke something with the debug options. I gotta fix it real quick. Hold on, because I gotta restart the game. I accidentally broke something just there. Let me just fix that real quickly. I gotta remember that debug menu is there and not mess with it, because like I said, that's what happens when you do. It's stuff like that happens when you do. So let me just fix this real quick and then we'll get back into it, because like I said, I completely forgot that was there. Man, I have missed this game though. Man, I have missed this game. It has been too long. Too goddamn long. Okay, got it back now. Got it back now. While we're here, let's go to menu, turn these three back on, and then don't mess with it. Which is gonna be hard, considering how the close menu option works. Gotta remember that. But let's actually change some things out real quickly here. So, change these hover legs for something with more weight capacity. Like, well, literally anything. The hover legs have the lowest weight capacity in the game. Out of all the leg types, they have the lowest weight capacity. Let's go for quads. And let's see how adaptable this is to a gunner setup. That might be fun, actually. So let's go ML201s. And then we can remove these, because they're no longer needed. Add, and let's go light. Oh, let's go heavy arms, and let's see if we can fit something very silly on here. Where are they? There they are. HC 1500Ds. Let's see if we can fit. Oh, let's see if we can fit two of them. Bum 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 bum. Like that. Yes. Actually, no, you don't want to have these horizontal. I forgot. Like, you have the horizontal that screws up the high angle firing mechanism. So, ooh, we can have an HC 1500D on the back here, actually. Yep, like that. And then, which round do we want? HE. Sabo. No, we want the HE. So let's go HE. And then light arms. And now let's go down to the rocket launchers. Is what I'm thinking. The artillery rocket launchers. Specifically. They're a bit lighter than howitzers, so we can have more of them. And again, this gives an idea of where you get this gives an idea of where we're going with this. Ooh, do we want Kases, Kuruns, or let's see, we've got about 700 weight to work with. How much do you weigh? 552. That's the sniper cannons. They are heavier. Okay. What do the howitzers weigh? 565. So we're in kind of a spot here with that. Let's get rid of the HC 1500D. Actually, it's a funny weapon, but we really can't make use of it with our current setup. So let's go for something a little bit more on the practical side. Ooh, let's go with the rockets. Let's go back to the rockets real quickly. Let's go with the... let's go with the Kases, right? And then where will we put them? Probably on the spacers like before. Yeah, like that. Okay. Can we have 6 of these? Not quite, I don't think. At least not without making some major adjustments. Yes. Yeah, that one will put us over, so we're gonna have to make an adjustment of some kind to make it fit. Ugh, I don't like this part. It's like, this is where we gotta get interesting to try and make the weight work. What if we swap the legs out? Can we change these over to something that holds the weight better? Or maybe a lighter cockpit. So the Picket weighs 589. It's not enough to get us under. We need to be under 5968. I don't think there's any cockpit that's light enough. Oh, thanks for letting me know, Bacon King. Thanks for letting me know. There we go. Much better. But let's see. What can we do for cockpits? We can't change the cockpit. What about the generator? Can we change that to something lighter enough to get us under the weight limit? Because you would think this G101 that we're using would be on the heavy side. Or is it the G100 we're using? Yes, the G101 we're using, which is 585. You would think that would be a fairly heavy generator, considering it's a Morskoy generator. Why is the Tarakian generator heavier, though? It's weird. The Salkari generators are also very heavy. I wonder if this is just one of those little weird idiosyncrasies of the game being... I don't know what's going on here, but it's weird. Okay, so we're gonna have to figure out some way to get our weight back under the limit. So, what's the weight limit on these? 5968. Your weight limit is fairly high, I'm pretty sure. Let's see if there's anything that's higher, though. And if so, how much higher? Because we're at 6218. These might be the highest load legs in the game, though. 6132, 6120, 6028. No, the ML200s are higher, as are the ML210s. The ML210s get us into the territory. We have to do some more work here to make it right, though. May have to shed some of this side armor. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, shed that side armor, and that should help, especially because the side armor is not as important for this setup. Yeah, that rear side armor is not as important here, just because this is an artillery setup. How much more weight does that give us? So we've got 6 of those so far. It's not going to be enough to let us go up to 8. We could... So this was always the trade-off. This was always the trade-off with obscured cockpit designs, because you had to invest so much mass and everything else into it. You had to invest so much mass and everything into it. It meant that you lost out on... You had to invest so much mass and space into obscuring your cockpit that doing so left you without as much weaponry. So like I said, that was always sort of the choice you had to make. Did you want to protect your cockpit? Did you want to carry more weapons? And it entirely depended on what role you were filling. For example, with a heavy gunner like I'm building right now, obscuring your cockpit didn't really matter as much. And it was entirely because... you weren't on the front lines. You weren't on the front lines, and so you weren't at risk of getting shot at nearly as much. So open cockpits were I remember correctly, open cockpits were generally preferred if you were going to really dedicate yourself into the artillery role, just because that way you could carry more ordnance. You could carry more ordnance, or you could be more mobile, or both.
Commence with your heavy gunner RT combat training. As you know,
Okay.
hounds are classified into 6 RTs, or role types, according to their characteristics and combat styles. The heavy gunner RT is built to decimate enemy structures and support allies with long-range artillery fire. You will need to master the use of high-power, low-accuracy weapons. The objective of this training is to polish those skills. Have I made myself clear, rookie? I expect you to follow
Yes, yes, Edgardo, I hear you. I hear you. Don't worry. I absolutely hear you. Yes, let us begin.
We will start with the stationary targets to make things
So, grid squares are 300 by 300. Let's do a quick little bit of math.
easy. 5
300 by 500.
map.
Targets are about
Your current location and destroy them all.
480 out.
Remember, the purpose of this training is to polish your long-range
480 to 600 out. Okay.
You are forbidden to leave your
So one of the most important things with the heavy gunner is knowing the map. But once you knew the map,
clear.
you could just delete. Like you, as soon as somebody said what grid square they needed artillery on, your entire thing was you would have this screen open
Use them well, and you will be
and you would have this open,
battlefield.
and you would be basically going through between. You would going between them, and you didn't even have to ever look at your targets.
This RT, like all others, has its weaknesses too.
You were just
It's a low ammo count,
putting fire on coordinates.
necessary to
Like
make
once you got really good at it, once you got really good at knowing maps, that's kind of what you turned into. You turned into just,
determine how
all right, target is here, I am here, do some math, and then you would just,
heavy gunner weapons have a rangefinder under this sight.
what's the word I'm looking for here? Oh yeah. And then from that, you would just go into
Assuming the target point is on
setting your angle, and you had to compensate for the recoil, which is kind of annoying.
weapons up, down. The range
Which is what I just did right there. So you either had to compensate for it by setting your aim just below where you actually wanted your salvo to land, or yanking down on the stick like I just did. Those are kind of your choices. And depending on what you were firing, which one you chose would vary as well. I think I really favored the former. Like I said, I favored the stick yank just because it meant you had a very consistent DMPI. But either one kind of worked, especially if you wanted to set your... You could use it for shaping your salvos. Was the main thing. Is it was a way to shape your salvos. It was a way... Like right there. See what I did right there? You would use little tricks like... You'd use all kinds of little tricks like this while you were firing to adjust the shape of your impact point depending on what you were dealing with. And a lot of it really did just come down to, you know, judgment and such. What am I trying to say here? But basically, it was just those little moments of trying to figure out, like, how do I optimize my fire pattern? By the way, this briefing lies. It is not coming from that direction. It's coming from that direction. Just in case you didn't know, this briefing lies. I don't know why it does, but it does. Probably because they had it to do one thing, and then it moved, and they never changed. Then they changed it, and they didn't change the dialogue afterwards.
That is enough talk. The target vehicle will start moving from point D4. Bombard the target from your current position. Your objective is to destroy
There it is.
of course. But first, try just to get a feel for firing your long-range weaponry. Now begin.
Okay, we should have it yeah, we got good salvo on target. Bye.
Good work. Now, let us move on to the next exercise.
Next is going to be over this way.
Next up is combat.
Target range is about 500 meters.
The use of heavy gunner weaponry is not always limited to long-range attacks. By taking advantage of the explosions each round creates, you attack groups of enemy units that are positioned close to one another. It is much easier for you to understand if you
This might be one of those cases, for example, where
I have set some targets.
you don't want to yank the stick to compensate for the recoil, because like you saw how they were in a line there, right? That would be one of those cases where I would want to use the rise of the guns to sort of create a linear impact pattern to hit them with.
Against opponents with low durability, you can destroy multiple targets with a single shot, just like you did now. And even if you do not destroy them immediately, it will force them to act.
Let's see, is there any left?
When facing real human opponents.
Okay, I think that should be all of them. Let's evaluate so we can see. No, there's still one over there. Okay.
You must be precise. You must be quick to take action. That is what it takes to be a good heavy gunner. Now then, let us continue.
I remember there were some people in this who were absolutely cracked at this RT. Like there were some people who were just disgusting. Like I said, you got really good at this. You could just delete entire map grids. And like I said, the entire thing is basically built around, you have literally weaponized math is what you have done here when you're doing this. And it's absolutely insane to think like some of the shit people were able to do with this RT. It got to a point where heavy gunners were kind of just a crushingly dominant force. Let's see what our salvos look like. Short. Probably all gonna be short. Yep. Oh, we got direct hits. But yeah, for the most part, short. Okay. Range to 990. Next salvo out. Direct hits on target. Beautiful. Slightly over. Direct hits. Beautiful. Watch the stars fall.
Destruction of target confirmed.
God, I love this fucking game. I love the heavy gunner. It's just a neat. Again, this and Steel Battalion were like the only games that really explored this concept
Should be assigned a job in no time.
of actually using a mech as an artillery platform well. And the reason I use the word well is because, yes, MechWarrior did have the Arrow 4 and Thunderbolt weapon systems. Oh, that was weird.
Kingdom of Sal.
Doesn't matter though, we gotta work it though. It still works.
This small country exists in the desert region of southern Neuroimus.
Basically, there's just a lot of little things about...
in this country belong to one
It's
race.
a lot of little things about this game
The royal
that
family,
even when
the
something
royal
like
family,
MechWarrior had a similar concept,
and old cult.
Steel Battalion and Chromehounds did it better.
Their people once built an
And that's really
enormous
what I'm saying here when I specify that word well,
through a long period
is
of
those two
time,
games did a
one
lot of what
people
MechWarrior was trying to do,
establishing a new
but
kingdom
so much
centered
better
upon this land.
that whenever I actually tried to play MechWarrior, I was just left profoundly
Underground
disappointed.
resources slumbering beneath the desert. Ironically, this is also the source of the conflict they face once again.
Interrupt, we gotta do the other 5. I just really like the commander training. Nothing with the heavy gunner training. It feels really cathartic for whatever reason. There's one training mission on this, by the way, that is actually bullshit.
Soldier RT combat training.
One of the training missions on this game is actual bullshit,
6 RTs
and you'll see what I mean.
based on each hound's character.
You will see what I mean when we get there.
Soldier RT specializes in frontline combat and is the squad's offensive backbone. Naturally, this requires skills built around close to medium range combat. The objective of this training is to polish those skills. I hope you follow
Okay.
me on this, because I don't plan on repeating myself. Now, let's begin the training.
Let's see, what do we got here? Standard 2-leg setup, Morskoy legs, Tarakian generator, Morskoy rifles and shotguns.
There are multiple mobile targets at point G1. Track and destroy them all. Your hound is equipped with various weapons suited
Next one down.
Against fast targets, and high-powered weapons against heavily armored targets.
Another one down.
Base of the map. And remember, the best defense is a good offense. Especially
Shit, missed.
be sure to dispatch your opponents quickly.
There we go. Next one down. Get away from the bat boundary.
One more time. Point F1 now. Destroy all of the targets. And don't forget to keep an eye on your sonar display at the bottom right of your screen. When facing multiple opponents,
Keep the engagement going. Okay, that's that one down.
they're all located.
One of the other things as well. So, I can't believe I missed this in the Armored Core 6 trailer. I can't believe I missed. No, I don't think anybody really picked up on this in the Armored Core 6 trailer. But one of the more interesting things that is mentioned in that trailer is the explicit use of the word hounds to describe the AC pilots in that, as well as just in general, you are often referred to as a hound. And I was like, it took me a while to get it, but I was like, wait a minute, FromSoft, what are you doing? FromSoft, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why are you referencing a game you obviously have no intention of ever bringing back from the dead?
First, quickly ascertain
I say that, but then of course, that's also how people felt about Armored Core until Armored Core 6 happened. So who knows? But I don't think they're gonna be bringing Chromehounds back themselves. The entire reason that it's happening is because of this, of like fan projects like OpenCOMBAS.
attacking head-on is, put it bluntly, dumb. Approach by zigzagging quickly to the left and right. Keep the enemy guessing.
Whoop, whoop, there we go. That one down? Nope, still not down. There, it's down. There's that. Watch for that death jump on those guys. So watch for the little death jump on the quad ACVs.
Finally, real combat. Find all the targets deployed in the zone and destroy them.
I don't remember.
Targets within your NA. Once I confirm target locations, I will contact you. Now,
Yes, this is a FromSoft game, Mechanicat. This is FromSoft. Remember, before, this is actually something FromSoft was very known for before Dark Souls.
at point D4.
This is what FromSoft was largely known for before Dark Souls, were these like gritty, was like, you know, like Armored Core, this Armored Core, and so on, you know, these very gritty sort of mecha games. These were kind of like a bread and butter thing for FromSoft before Dark Souls.
Point E4.
You still think it's cool? Bullshit, Mechanicat. Move, 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 move. Okay, that's that ground unit taken care of. There's another one over here, though. We're taking fire from that way. Okay. ACV is priority. Ba-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Actually, now that I'm thinking about this, if they wanted to do and
Target sighted at point E3.
they wanted to do a this sort of style of game, they could totally still do that with like Armored Core 6, is make the MTs playable, right? And this is always something I've kind of wanted, is make MTs playable and have it be, you know, have like actual objective based game modes, and with, you know, and then use like spawn costs. So if you wanted to bring in your AC, that would be a higher cost, and have, you know, for example, at the start of a match, not every player could afford to bring in, and, you know, have the cost be shared between the squad. And I've got like whole ideas for this now. Shit.
Should be assigned
Like I said, they could do this with Armored Core. They could, if they were insane. If they were absolutely insane, sure, they could revive Chromehounds, but I don't see that happening. But if they want to do this with Armored Core, it would entirely work. Have it be that, like I said, in like the PvP setup, you would have
Democratic Republic of Tarakia.
the word I'm looking for. Oh yeah, like I said, you would have like the squads start at the start in the mission, and then you would have deployment costs. And as you got further along in the game, you would build up deployment cost. You build up deployment points. You basically kind of think how nuclear options missions work, where you have a shared faction resource pool. You have a resource pool for each faction, no, for each team in the match. And what you do is you would have it be that at first, players would have to deploy in MTs, or at best, if you really economized, one player in the squad could bring in their AC. And you would build up from there. Each team would be building up from there, building up their resource, build up resources and such, until you get to that climax of the AC fight. All right, next one is the sniper. This is also a concept that I'm still really sad we never got to see explored. So Chromehounds is a game I've referenced elsewhere as well. Specifically, it's one of those games I think really could have worked very well, this style of game, in the Metal Gear universe. Is actually let us see what happens outside of like that one sequence where one of them is half broken and decrepit. Let's see Metal Gears fight each other more. Like, obviously, this is something that would have happened later, just because, like I said, narratively and such, it's kind of an awkward thing. But really, imagine if we had gotten to see Metal Gears fighting each other, like actual Metal Gears fighting each other. How insane that would have been. It would have been just a very cool setup. All right, let's see what we got here. Yep, the usual briefing. Yes, you expect me to follow your instructions. You don't plan on repeating yourself. I am aware, Edgardo. Like I'm doing right now, you mean? Yeah. There we go. Okay. All targets down. Let's keep moving. God, I love the Morse code reverse joint legs. Yeah, I've noticed, Edgardo. Okay, so we need to move to point D7. That pylon right there, where you can see it from there. And let's see what we've got there. If you take your sweet time, they will escape, or they will begin to return fire. You must learn to already moving to contact point. And then we should be having to look to the west from there. Memory serves me right. We'll see in a moment. You won't be able to get visual confirmation of the targets from there. Move to point D7. There should be some high ground there. Get there as quickly as you can. There should be a Yep, I found the pylon.
You should be able to see the targets from around there. Look in the direction of point E5.
Got him.
You may fire at will as soon as you confirm the targets. Destroy them all.
Nope, wrong weapon. That's the one I want. Okay. One down. Two down. Ooh, impact on both. Good. Three, and last one. See if we can take it out with just these rifles from here. Probably take more shots than that. Okay, there we go. All targets down.
Alright.
Really, the thing that's really nice about this one is using it as a spotting scope.
Background is one of the basics of good sniping technique. It will give you a significant advantage over your opponents.
Let's see, from here.
Hounds have a greater range of view downward than upward.
Yep.
Of course, you will always be able to find higher ground to shoot from. It's simply a good idea to try.
Let's keep moving, though. Let's keep moving. Let's see what we got next. It's going to be...
The basics are the ones who die first. Remember that.
I think we need to aim in that direction.
We will move on to some practical training. Sniping moving targets.
Let's see if we can spot them from here. No, not really. And that draw distance is terrible. Oh, man.
Then to open fire until
Kind of weird just seeing games this... Like, remember, we were reminded of that with games this old.
ACVs and hounds have superior armor compared to ordinary mobile weaponry. It's almost impossible to inflict critical damage on them with a single shot. Now, as a sniper, you must learn to try and overcome that little obstacle.
IDing target.
Counter opponents in the shortest time possible. The quickest way to a hound's stomach is through its
Looking in the right direction, but can't see them yet. Probably coming out of that base, though.
would be useless, no matter how heavily armored it is.
And let's keep looking.
On the other hand, you must destroy a unit's cockpit before it can be considered completely disabled anyway.
Let's see, though.
Still, attacking other parts of a target has its uses. Destroying a fast-moving target's legs or wheels is a good way to slow it down or stop it from moving.
All right, we're in a good position, though, so we're probably not going to move from here.
Then, learn to disable them.
And also, this wasn't a series mechanic yet. They only ever made one of these, which I still think is very unfortunate because, God, I loved this game.
You or your allies will
God, I loved this game. Actually, I don't think you understand how I keep saying I love this game. I need to shut up about that because obviously I love this game. I've said it a million times. Ugh, I need to have other things to say. Where are they coming from, though? That's what I gotta figure out now. Should be in this direction, but I'm not seeing anything as the problem. There's no indication they're coming from there. Let's have a look around, see what else we can spot. Maybe if we come over this hill, we'll find something. Yeah, up this way, over. This will give us a better look at that direction near that COMBAS as well, I just realized. If I'm not seeing them come from that COMBAS, I don't know where the hell they're going to come from is the thing. Where are they? So I should be able to see them from here if they're coming from that direction, you would think, right? You would think I'd be able to see them if they were coming from that direction. But now I'm not sure where they're coming from, and it's bothering me. Because they're not coming from over there. I would see them if they were coming from over there. Or as you think I would see them, right? Those are my own footprints, so keep searching around. We're looking for anything that resembles... Well, what we're looking for should be highly conspicuous. Because it'll be an ACV... You know, there'll be at least one ACV with them, and I'll be able to spot that dead simple once I'm in the right position. But it's like I'm not seeing a damn thing. Like, where did they go? Where'd you go? I miss you so. Seems like it's been forever that you've been gone. Where'd you go? I miss you so. Oh, we've got fire. I heard an explosion just now. I think I heard an explosion. Did y'all hear that as well? I'm certain I just heard something explode. Which means something just tried to shoot at me, but I don't know where from. I'm gonna scan around just to see if I can get any possible inkling of where they might be coming from. Unless they bugged out, which is entirely possible, mind you. It's entirely possible that something is bugged out here and they just didn't spawn, which would suck, but also would not surprise me. This is, you know, Xbox emulation is nowhere near as good as PS3 emulation, and this was a 360 exclusive. And this was an already kinda janky game, even on original hardware. So the fact that it would act up here is not surprising. I don't know if janky is the right word, but like I said, it was doing some very odd things. It's a FromSoft game. There, that's the best way to explain it. It's a FromSoft game, and on top of that, it's a FromSoft game for the Xbox 360, so it's even weirder than that. This is from that era in like the 2000s with stuff like Steel Battalion, Chromehounds, and the like, where you had this really, this really interesting effort to try and entice Japanese gamers over towards the Xbox. It ultimately ended up not working, which is, oh well, I guess. But it gave us some fascinating games like this, Steel Battalion, Phantom Dust. Oh, I'm trying to think what else falls under that umbrella of stuff that was, like I said, part of that attempt to entice Japanese gamers over to the Xbox. Like I said, ultimately unsuccessful, but a very, very interesting. Yeah, I think something broke. So, Abandoned Hound. We're gonna abandon Hound, try that again, because like I said, something I think has gone very wrong. I think something very much broke. Yes, start from mission over from the beginning, because I think something broke. So let's run that again, see if I can get that to work correctly.
Your Hound is equipped with multiple weapons suited to a sniper. Now switch to your weapon cam. Sniper weapons have a high magnification scope built into them. These scopes will allow you to locate an enemy.
So let's try this again, like I said.
Get them with accuracy from a safe distance.
Just to see if we can get it to work this time.
7 to the north. Destroy the targets.
E7 targets are down.
Once you are finished,
E5 group will be
high-powered weapons have high levels of recoil.
over that way, but we need to go to D7 in order to where the game lets us see them.
A successful sniper, you will need to learn to recover quickly from each shot and move on to your next target.
Because they're going to be behind that COMBAS.
Then you will want to take
So move our way up to this pylon. We basically already know where we need to go, so you know, actually make sure we head that way. Don't fall down. Don't fall down the slope. Don't fall down the slope. Don't fall down the slope.
begin to return fire.
Oh, I've done that before. It's not a good time. It is not a good time when you fall down a slope like that. So the reason I panicked there, so you see how that looks different from that?
Next,
We can't walk up that. And worse still, if we're at the top of a hill
confirmation.
and we try to go down from there, we'll slide down it, and that will damage the shit out of your legs.
Get there as quickly as you can.
Like, I've been at points where doing that, the damage it does to the legs is so bad that you're basically unable to walk. You slow down to a crawl.
In the direction of point E5. You may fire at will as soon as you confirm the targets. Destroy them all.
These are not reloaded yet. These are now. Okay, next one down. Oop, that definitely poked him. They didn't like that. Okay, that one's done. This one's still active, so we're gonna have to finish it off. There we go. Okay.
Alright, that was good. Finding higher ground is one of the basics of good sniping technique. It will give you a significant advantage.
What if we move towards that COMBAS over there? COMBAS beam might give us a better view of the targets and might also help them spawn. Now that I'm thinking about it, that might help them spawn. So moving over there might be might be something that we have to do in order to actually engage them. Now that I'm thinking about it. Ooh, but watch that ridge line. Watch that ridge line. Yeah. Okay. So we're moving up. Yeah, that COMBAS should give us a good view of what's going to be over there.
6. You are forbidden to open fire until you have confirmed your targets. Get moving.
Yeah, they did want us to move. Okay. They did want us to move. They're probably going to be going west to east, if I had to guess. And that's probably why I couldn't see them before.
It's almost impossible to inflict critical damage on them with a single shot. Now, as a sniper, you must learn to try and overcome that little obstacle. You must learn to take out your opponents in the shortest time possible. The quickest way to a hound's stomach is through its cockpit.
Let's see if we can't find these damn targets now.
If the cockpit is destroyed, the hound will be useless, no matter how heavily armored it is.
What if we go up there, actually? Like I said, right next to the COMBAS. That might give us a better view of things.
Completely disabled anyway. Attacking other parts of a target has its uses.
I'm not hearing any fire, and I'm not seeing anything that is coming my way. So this is going to be interesting, to say the least.
Learn to recognize your target's strengths, then learn to disable them. You have the power to turn the tide of battle. But if you fail to hit your mark, you or your allies will likely die.
So keep looking around. I was trying to figure out where the hell they're going to come from. Assuming they even spawn in to begin with, which... Oh, no. Oh, no. Please tell me it's not broken. Please tell me it's not broken. That would suck. Like, you'd think I would see them if they were here. You know what I mean? But I'm like, I'm already over here, but I'm not seeing anything. Ugh. That's concerning. That's very concerning. Anything there? Anything there? No, no, no. Nothing. Oh, God. I think this mission is broken. Okay. Yeah, I think this mission is broken. I don't know why it's broken, but it's broken. So I don't think we're going to be able to do this one. It's a shame, because I actually really like this. No. No, we're not going to. We're going to go back to the briefing, because I think this mission is broken. Might try and come back to it later, see if I can get it to work, but I think that mission might be broken. I don't know if that's the only bug, but it's broken. This one is bullshit, by the way. The Defender training mission, it's bullshit. I'll show you what I mean when I say it's bullshit. Because you really need to understand why I'm calling this mission bullshit. There's a very good reason why I'm calling it bullshit.
First, let's start with the target straight ahead. Destroy them all.
So, big and heavy.
For now, try to eliminate them as quickly as you can. Defenders are primarily the ones who stand between the rest of the squad and the enemy, so you better get used to
Yeah, your job is basically HVT escort.
In order to minimize allied losses, you must learn to destroy enemy structures. Your hound
Bonk.
has excellent offensive and defensive capabilities.
And shotgunned. Okay, so that's them taken care of. Next group is to the south. We have artillery ACVs to the west.
Now, your next
We'll have to deal with.
targets are approaching from point I-4. I want you to destroy them as quickly as possible, but this time, I've prepared units with fairly high defensive capabilities. Your hound is equipped with multiple weapons.
Oh,
These targets are recommend using weapons with high destructive power, such as rockets. Let's
boom.
see.
Okay, move.
There are downsides to using powerful weapons. They generally have less power and tend to be harder to aim than rapid-fire weapons.
Overshot.
Won't hit anything by firing at random. You need to watch the enemy and anticipate his next move.
Okay, that's that one taken care of.
Don't hesitate.
Move over that way.
Not someone
I mean, there's gonna be a lot of pre-firing involved in this. I remember now. There's a lot of pre-firing involved, especially in this last part.
I-6. For your next practice round, you will fight a group of targets on mixed setups. You need to
Oh boy, it's the scout ACVs. Let's go.
strategy in order to win. Now begin.
One down, two. Soldier ACVs inbound. One down. Two, okay. Continue moving towards
Final training.
the structure.
Exercise.
We should have been doing this the whole time.
There is a building that will serve as your headquarters. Your job is to defend it. Enemy units
Yep.
will come at you from
And this is the part where, so when I say this mission is bullshit, this is the part I'm talking about. Is they put you in a very slow moving hound and you have to deal with attacks from multiple directions. This is one of those points where the rockets kinda help because they have a very long engagement range, but they're a pain in the ass. They're kind of a pain in the ass to aim. As I say, you gotta do a lot of pre-firing to try and catch stuff out. We do at least have that point ranged, though. Well, I thought I did. My range is not correct at all. Oh, wow, they're all missing. I only have 3 salvos of those left as well, which is the other problem. And so the thing about this mission that's bullshit is there's a, you saw there was like a supplementary objective on each mission. Well, the supplementary objective on this mission is to not let the enemies get close to your HQ. And unfortunately, because you're so slow, that's very hard to do.
Target sighted at point F3.
We have to come out here, anticipate their movements. No. You stop that. Next group will be from F3 to the north. Oh shit, they're already here. And so, like I said, I've already failed this supplementary objective, and it's entirely because, like I said, we're so slow. We're so slow with this setup that just trying to keep running between our various different objective points is kinda brutal. Oh, we're out of rockets. Okay. But this should be the last group. I think this will be scout ACVs as well. So we should be able to deal with them relatively quickly. Shit, 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 shit. Come around, come around. That's the first scout ACV done. Second scout ACV done. Okay.
Destruction of all targets confirmed.
Woo.
Well, you put up a good fight. You should do as well as anyone else.
Oh, I hate this mission.
If you want to land us
I hate this mission, and it's entirely because the way that you're like the combination of hound and objective here is just kind of awkward. And being able to change your gear out later really helps with this mission. You see kept enemy away from HQ as like the extra objective. That is a bastard of an objective to fulfill. And it's entirely because of the just that how slow you are. It's entirely because of how slow your hound is. Let's see. Sniper is probably still broken, so we'll hold off on that one. Let's see if we can get Scout to work, though. The Scout mission is actually really fun. The Scout training mission is actually really fun, I remember. And it's pretty straightforward, too. It's basically, you're driving around as a little wheelie boy and you just steal combosses from people.
COMBAS will establish an NA or network area around it to allow friendly
It's
to communicate.
your entire job is to go around, grab the radio towers, and just be a little fucker.
COMBAS. Securing a COMBAS is the most important duty for a scout. There is an unsecured COMBAS at point G2. Secure it.
Hold here, let the combos capture.
Are equipped with a device that automatically links with nearby COMBASes. Now get moving.
Okay. Combos secured, move into the next one.
Confirmed.
F4.
Able to hear me now. Next, we'll secure an enemy COMBAS. Head for point F4. You can tell who is in control of a particular COMBAS.
Mario, welcome. Oh god, I just remembered the name. There's a particular kind of build that people would use. I don't remember the details of it, but these builds were infamously known as. I remember these builds were infamously known at the time as Mario Karts, and they would use wheeled. They were wheeled chassis, but I forget what it was that was specific about them. I just remember that name. Like for whatever reason, that was the name they went by, was Mario Karts.
Confirmed. Alright, let's move on.
That is the specific thing I remember. It's just that,
But first, I need to explain something. Activate
okay, we've got mines.
ground. Assist parts.
Watch the minefield.
Device function
Watch those turrets. Ooh, those turrets really don't like me.
with a landmine sensor. You've just activated it. There are a large number of landmines deployed around the point. Use your sensor to avoid unnecessary damage. There isn't much point for a scout to run in recklessly and get himself blown up. You need to move quickly, but cautiously. Alright, begin. NA confirmed.
Okay, Combos is ours.
This will be the final training mission. Secure the remaining COMBASes and relocate all targets placed in the designated area. I can detect targets inside the NA from here. I'll let you know as I confirm.
Just keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. What's the next Combos? Is D over here.
Your goal is to
We're not gonna need that, so we can turn that off for now.
Alright, begin.
Still don't entirely remember how these work. I just know that they drop little rolling bombs and then the bombs eventually go off. They're very good for attacking enemy headquarters. I remember that much because they would do a shit ton of damage to them. I think almost as much as some of the artillery weapons, if memory serves me right. The range was basically non-existent, but that didn't matter. Okay, Combos is ours. Moving up to Combos A.
7 targets left.
So Combos A is right up there. Once we're there, we can hook around, get B and E. Actually, let's get E first, just because I remember the secondary objective on this mission is get all the Combosses, and that's a lot easier if you don't accidentally like detect everything right off the bat. So let's go with that first. Come over this way, grab this Combos, and then we'll go get the other one. Oh wow, the searchlight on this cockpit is huge. The searchlight on this cockpit is very powerful. Okay.
Target detected. 6 targets left.
Now we can go for B. Now we can go for B, and then from there hook around towards A. And that way we'll have all the COMBASes, which, like I said, I think that gets us a secondary objective. Memory serves me right. Go, 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 go. Just work our way up towards COMBAS B. If I remember correctly, this is actually where the majority of the targets we're trying to find are as well. So we're going to have to do this in a kind of an interesting way to finagle it. Okay, there's an A over there. So this is actually a pretty clear path. There's gun turrets over there, but they haven't seen us, which is what really matters. The gun turrets have not yet seen us. Okay. NA confirmed. Moving over to the next one.
3 targets left.
Yeah, I remember now. You definitely want to get E first, because I think A covers those targets as well. So you do need to actually avoid getting the... You do need to avoid getting A and B first, because otherwise you won't be able to get E. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, we're moving up, we're moving up, we're moving up. These COMBASes are actually really cool now that I'm looking at them. They've got like little garage doors and shit on them. I wonder actually if there's like ever any plans to show, like even in a cutscene, what is actually inside of these things. Because that would have been really neat to see. It's just sort of a look at what's in a COMBAS.
You did pretty good. You might be well suited to pilot this RT. I will be sure to make a report of your performance. You should be assigned a job in no time.
And then let's run over a tree. Oh, I love that all of this is destructible. I love that all of this is destructible. That is something I miss from a lot. Like, a lot of games don't really do that very well. Okay, so it's not that. It's no mine damage. Okay. So we did have to get all the COMBASes anyways, but it was the mines. The mines were the thing with this mission. Okay. And then, let's see. Select story. Last one to do. Sortie. That cockpit. Commander.
Now commence tactics.
You can do some really goofy shit with the commander setup, actually. So basically, the commander, you're not actually going around doing anything in the actual, like, campaign missions for this. But in the actual, like, online and such, commanders had some very interesting stuff going on with them that doesn't really factor into the single player.
And relaying that intel to other squad members, you will need cool analytical and managerial skills with which to handle situations. The objective of this training is to polish those skills. Have I made myself clear, rookie? First, open up your map. Equipping your hound with an
C6.
will create an NA that extends for a limited distance around C6. And within this NA,
Go!
be able to discern
He's got to do his little briefing thing first. Okay.
and hostile units. There are several friendly and hostile units placed up ahead. Find them on your map. Your own hound
Yep, I've got them.
as a triangle. The units shown as numbers.
Okay, so I basically have to wait for him to go through his entire little spiel first, then I can give the order. I always forget that that's the case.
As
Because, like, I know how this mission goes. And so I'm kind of getting ahead of myself, admittedly.
enemies. You may already know this, but you can manually zoom in and out of the map.
Yep.
You can also focus in on a specific friendly unit. This is a good way for you to cover a larger area if the need arises. The commander's role is to use these functions to quickly detect enemy movement and to direct your squad's actions.
All right, so let's see. Yeah, wait for him to finish like this. I gotta wait for him to finish this little briefing spiel, then we can go from there.
Give the units up ahead the order to attack and destroy the enemy units at point C6.
All right, now they're moving. Set next command for once that's been done. COMBAS B03, we'll go for COMBAS A. So just wait for them, wait for them to go kill things. Go, my children, go, kill them all. And that's what I want to say. Like, the commander is an interesting RT because in a lot of times, this is what you're dealing with. You're not really doing much directly.
Confirmed. Now, moving on.
Mm-hmm.
I believe you know that NAs can be linked. The commander's radar functions across all connected NAs.
And a lot of the times, COMBAS layouts mean that you need...
Position also becomes important in linking together the NAs. Secure
Yep.
enough COMBASes, and you could conceivably cover the entire combat area.
Okay.
Give it a try. Have your squad members secure COMBASes T and capture COMBAS. They're at base.
Capture, COMBAS, A.
03. Capture COMBAS A.
And so they will leave my network area, but we should be able to reestablish contact once capture is confirmed. Also, getting COMBAS A will expand our NA, so I can see what's going up in 02's path. At the same time, once 03 does that, we'll have them move to capture COMBAS C. Once I have NA confirmation.
03. Capture COMBAS C.
Capture COMBAS D. So it doesn't cover quite as much as I was hoping it would, but we are getting more info out of this. So just waiting for 02 to capture COMBAS B. Once they do, we'll have a better idea of the picture. We'll probably have them converge on COMBAS D.
You should be able to see enemy units at point F8.
Yep, 02 is already engaging them.
For the finish, find all the enemy units in this zone and destroy them.
Just waiting on... Okay, 02 has successfully destroyed first enemy unit.
COMBASes one by one and destroy the enemy units you find. You will find the mission to be much easier if you issue individual orders to each squad member and have them head for different targets. COMBAS D.
Full squad order, capture COMBAS D. They will finish engaging their individual targets, and then we can go from there.
Always be effective. You must remain level-headed
Good. That other enemy has been dealt with.
based on your
Part of me wants to, like, actually go and have a look around, see if I can spot the rest of that.
explanation.
But I know I'm not going to be able to see it from here.
You can do.
Because the commander's not very... This commander setup is not very mobile.
Units confirmed.
Let's be frank here. This is not a very mobile setup.
F8. Destruction of enemy units confirmed.
Attack. Grid. H7.
Destruction of all enemy units.
Okay, they already got them, so it doesn't matter. But that is commander setup.
Pretty good. You might be well suited to pilot this RT.
I'm just kind of annoyed that the sniper mission broke.
Make a report of your
Because it would have been really nice to be able to do all 6 of the stories.
The commander is different from the
Just to be able, just to play around with the different setups.
being a commander means
Play around with the different setups and see what we can build to try and actually get through them.
never forget that. You still lack one crucial thing. But it is not something that I can teach you. It's something
Right, Edgardo. Right.
Listen, there will be a war starting very soon.
I love how we only get this when we get to the commander training. It's like, you know, and it's weird entirely because it really does imply that you're supposed to do them in order,
And me,
which I'm not doing at all.
before then, will find that which you are lacking. Until then, we shall pray that you do. But
Right?
that is enough talk, rookie.
I'm not doing them in order at all. And it really does kind of feel like there's this implication that at the very least, you're supposed to do the trainings in order. Even if you don't do the rest of the campaigns in order, you're supposed to do the trainings in order. Because otherwise you hear this before you get to the rest of them and it feels kind of strange.
The Kingdom of South.
Yep. I know that part. So interrupt story. And let's go back to the soldier story now. So back to the soldier story
Republic
now.
of Tarakia.
the Terrakian campaign. Let's change the Hound out. We're gonna build our own. Assemble. And I want to run. Where are they? Let's check something quickly here. Speed 61. What are the fastest legs here? Curious. Let's try running the Jamals actually. Let's run the chicken. Dauber. Actually, no, better idea. Not the Dauber, the Brook. Dauber, Brook. Put the... Where is it? Neumann or... No. I know the one I like. Where is it? The Russell. The Bardeen. And the RC 1500. And then if we have that, can we get the Bretagne or something higher end? We could get the Sita. So we can go up to 3 sockets. We can't get the Bretagne. Okay, so the Bardeen is as good as we're going to be able to get for that. Okay. Then generator-wise, we could go with the... Could go G101. I really like the G101, I'm not going to lie. It's just a good all-rounder. Flipped G101 is like one of my favorite generator setups for whatever reason. Like over the years, I've become very, like over time, I remember I was very fond of flipped G101s. It's just a really good way of managing your profile is what it is. So we've got 4578 weight to work with. Keep that margin in mind. We're gonna run... Oh, yeah, let's run... Ooh, we could run dual javelins, I bet. Yeah. Oh, we could, but they're huge, actually, so probably not a good idea. We're gonna run any of these with the Kadra Watts. And just one of them up top like that. Yeah, that's good. Okay. And then our other weapons will be... I'm thinking... Where are the rifles at? Did I? No, I didn't pass them already yet. Okay, not those, because those are like the dummy weapon that are very stupid. We're not going to use those. Timsahs or Tubans? Let's try... Ooh, we could run Basilards, actually. Those would be pretty good. Or Cutlasses. Which one's lighter? Actually, what is the difference between these two? Ah, these use less generator power. Okay. Wait, no? Is the Basilard just a better version of the Cutlass? Let's see, there's got to be some difference here. Basilard, no, Cutlasses have a higher rate of fire. Okay. Yeah, let's run... I'm thinking 3 Cutlasses here. Ah, not quite. Not going to quite be able to do that. I was hoping I'd be able to. And... like I said, just a 3rd one. Kind of like that, maybe. I don't like that configuration. Ooh, wait. What if we put it here? Damn, it collides. So it'd have to go here. Okay. If I wanted to run 3 Cutlasses, I would have to go here, or I'd have to change the legs. Let's change the legs, actually. Or, no, the cockpit. We'd have to change the cockpit for a wider cockpit. So let's try that real quickly. Because I forgot how narrow the Brook is. If we go to... Ooh, let's go to the Jackson. Yeah, that does it. Okay, if we go to the Jackson, That does it. We'll be able to actually get a slightly better setup here as well. Like Arba, Bardine maybe. Arba, Bardine. RC 1500 is probably not a bad setup. Yeah. Bardine, RC 1500, and then maybe if we're lucky, we might be able to fit the Bretan as well. Nope, we can't fit the Bretan. I can already tell we're not going to be able to fit the Bretan unless we swap the Arba out for something smaller like the Wahid or... Yeah, no. It's not going to work. Maybe we will swap that out so we can get the Bretan. Because the Bretan is very nice, and that would let us use some pretty heavy ordnance more efficiently. Then we lose the... Okay, no. We're not even going to need that. We don't need the 4, so that's fine. Might want to change our legs out now that I'm thinking about it as well. So, instead of these, what if we go with the... What's the load on these? The Jamal's is 4578. If we go for Douglas's, that gets us almost 5,000. Ooh, that's very good, actually. And then light arms again real quickly. Grab another cutlass. Like, where's the damn cutlass? It's all the way down here. Hold on one second. I gotta I gotta dig all the way down for this. Yeah, another cutlass here. Good. That's what we wanted to do earlier. Now we have 500 weight to work with. Can we get... No, we got 1,000 weight to work with. Okay. Can we get a pair of cannons for that? Can we get a pair of cannons for 1,000? Ooh, we just might be able to, actually. So let's go down to... They'll probably have to be the lightweight Salkaris, if they fit at all. But we just might be able to do this. Yeah, Basilas are the lightest. So we can't go for anything like an Anlace or a Falchion if we wanted to have more than one of them. No, too heavy, too heavy, too heavy. Howitzers have the same problem. And howitzers aren't really what we want. So, what are our options here? Oh, pile bunkers might not be a bad idea. A Lihia, Sharib. What else do we got? Ballista, Ross. Oh, we can get a pair of Rosses, actually. That might not be bad. And that'll give us really nice close-in fire. It'll give us really nice close-in effect as well. Yeah, like that. There we go. Okay, now let's set our weapon groups. Everything's is in singles or groups of 3, so this kind of works out perfectly. Yeah, set our cutlasses as group 1 so that they're easily accessible. And then we'll have the Kadrawats as group 2, and then the Arasas as group 3. There we go. Wait, no. The weapon settings. I don't need that. I forgot I only have the 2 Rasas. Okay. I don't have 3 Rasas. I only have the 2. So that's set. That's set. That's set. Good. Don't think we can change any ammo types on this. No. Okay. We can't change the ammo types on that. So it doesn't really matter. But honestly, sure, it lacks a bit of armor, but it's overall kind of solid. If we wanted to do that, though, how much does the Kadrawat weigh? It weighs 1237, so we'd only be able to get we'd only be able to get 2 weapons or maybe some armor out of that. And if we wanted to get armor out of it, we'd probably want to get rid of the piles just so that we have a higher power weapon that's got some reach on it. So yeah, we'll stick with this for now. Okay. Yes. Hound details, color. Now this is where we can get into the fun. Let's see here. Keep the pattern. I'm thinking. Actually, no. Maybe not keep the pattern. Where's that other one I really like? Salkari Mountain, maybe. Or Splinter Camo. Yeah, Splinter Camo. But then set these to a slightly different shade. Yeah. Like that. There we go. Yeah, 15, 45, 60. That works really well for that one. And then this one. Start with that, but then we're going to adjust it a little bit. Bring some of the blue down. There we go. Swedish camo. Hell yeah. And then you, we're going to bring down as like the 20s. We're going to bring you down to 20 all around, actually, is what we're going to do. So that... Then if anything, maybe just a very slight green bias on it. Like 25. There we go. See? Now we are Sweden. Oh, that looks really nice, though. That actually looks really nice. Save. Okay, let's go see how this hound feels before we actually take it into combat. Let's see how this hound feels before we actually take it into combat. Ooh, these Salkari rifles are very... Actually, these are the Tarakian rifles. They're still pretty quick, though. They're pretty quick firing. I gotta remember these are nice. Yeah, the cutlasses are actually really nice. I gotta remember these are a thing. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. Missile away. I wish the missiles worked a little bit differently. So they have like a dead zone and then they home in on a target, right? I wish they worked more like toes is the way I would actually want them to be. I'd want them to work like toes where instead of having that dead zone where then they automatically home in, it was, you know, they followed your point of aim. I feel like that would have been more interesting. You know what I'm saying? That I feel like would have been a more interesting implementation of them. It wouldn't have been that hard either. Just have the thing just try and stay in the center of the screen as much as possible. You'd have to give it a crosshair like that. You have to give it a crosshair, of course, but it wouldn't be that complicated. I don't think it would be. Boom. Oh, there goes that scout. These are very good rifles. So these cutlass, the Tarakian cutlasses are very good. I like this build actually quite a bit already. It's got really good weight balance. It's got good firepower as well. If I was going to change anything, it might be swapping out the missiles for a mortar or some other weapon system like that. Just another utility weapon, really, is what it would be. How much damage did this do? Oh, we took a lot of damage from that hit. All right, keep moving, keep moving. That was a big hit we just took. We don't want a repeat of that. But we're moving in close now. Yeah, we're closing the range. Whoa, okay, watch this. Bonk! That's why I brought these, is because you're gonna, like I said, having those moments where you get to deploy these is so goddamn cathartic. It doesn't happen very often because you gotta be point blank for them. But it's so satisfying. I'm thinking I may actually swap that missile launcher for something else. The Kajawa, like I said, it's just weird. Missile launchers, they work in a weird way, and I don't like them. So, let's see. That gives us about 1,200 weight to work with. What could we fit in 1,200 weight that would be useful? What would be useful in 1,200 weight? Not a spacer, obviously. We could, like I said, we could go for either heat rockets. So I think we'd be able to get 2 of them, which they'd be a little bit more useful than the missile launcher. Because what's the missile launcher's damage? The missile launcher's damage is not amazing, if memory serves me right. It is, let's see here. Impact, weight, durability, penetration power, 842. So 842, which is like the weakest of the various missiles. So keep that in mind. I think missiles actually do work better as an indirect fire weapon. None of those are really going to be useful for us either. The bomb dispensers aren't what I'm looking for, but they are funny. I was doing a different RT, those might be what I put there. Let's see, which mortars are these? Standard combat mortar, HE mortar, Shire, which is still HE, that's still HE, that's still HE. That is a special mortar. So the Dusak is not really what I'm after. Howitzers, not even really a concept here. I was going to put anything up there. I'd want it to be like heat rockets or maybe move the rifles up there. Ooh, that might not be a bad idea. Move the rifles up there. And then we could put something on this side slot. But what, though, is the question? Maybe machine guns or shotguns? Oh, no, we could put... Oh, we could put the... Where are they? The... Not the partisans. Tamatims or... No, not grenade launchers. MG100s, Hamamas, Stylets, daggers, Hajals. Actually, no, I know what we're going to put here. We're going to put the... Where are they? Yeah, we're probably going to go with the Jazars, actually, is what I'm thinking. Either the Jazars or SG-101s. Yeah, let's go with SG-101s. So yeah, SG-101s here. Like so. Like that. Like that. There we go. Okay. So 3 SG-101s, 2 piles. That gives us about 1,400 weight to work with, which might be enough for a slightly heavier rifle, actually, than the Cutlass. Because we're not going to be able to get 3 of them. So I'm thinking... If we could get 3 Cutlasses for 1,400, that would actually be really good. But I don't think we're going to be able to, so we're probably better off going with AR-100s instead, just for the extra punch. It's about 716 versus 577, yeah. So I'm thinking we're probably going to go with AR-100s here, just like I said, for the extra punch, since we're not going to be able to carry as many of them. Ah, shit. We have to unflip the generator. Give me a second. No, a new generator. And then we need to go to the G101. Yeah, and then just like unflip it, like I said. Okay, now we should be able to fit the generator. Now we should be able to fit the weapons there. Which generator was the sniper using in that one? I'm curious now. I want to know what it was using that had side pylons for the weapons on it. Was it the GEB-1? Yeah, it had to have been the GEB-1. Okay. Doesn't really matter. We've got the G101 on here, and we don't want to get too heavy on this is the main thing. So let's go AR-100s like I was saying before. Gotta go all the way down to find them. Where are you? There you are. AR-100s. Now, if I can fit 3, that would be really nice. I don't think I'm going to be able to fit 3. Nope, definitely not going to be able to... Oh, we might be able to make this work, though. Yeah, 2 like that. And, oh, we can get a 3rd. That's not going to work. Unless... Hold on a second. Remove you, remove you. Swap out our generator for something a little different here. Just a slightly higher profile. We might be able to make this work. So, generator. The G101's not quite tall enough. Is the Volta tall enough to make this work? Ooh, it might be. It might be tall enough. And then, of course, we still got to worry. Now we got to worry about our weight margins, which is going to be interesting. Let's see. We will have enough weight for... Will we have enough weight for 3 AR-100s? That's the real question here. If we have enough weight margin for 3 AR-100s, I'd really like to have 3 AR-100s. Oh! Yeah, we should have enough weight margin for 3 AR-100s. Hell yeah. Yeah, we got enough weight margin for 3 AR-100s. Perfect. There we go. Nice compact weapon layout like that. Very nicely set up. Anything I want to swap out, it would be... Maybe actually swap out those pile bunkers, because they are a bit of a niche weapon. I like them, but they're kind of a niche weapon, admittedly. So let's see. If we do that, we're at 3761, which means we got about 1,000 weight to work with. What could we put in 1,000 weight that would be useful? Could we fit... Ooh, could we fit a pair of the lightweight Salkari cannons on here? Ooh, that would actually be really good. Some of the... Not the... Yeah, the Basilas. If we could fit a pair of Basilas on here, that would actually be really good. Not quite. It puts us over. Okay. So that's not gonna work. And those are the lightest cannons, so that's not a viable option. Oh, wait. I think I know what might be a viable option, though. Not you, not you, not you, not you. Where are they? There we go. Tamatims. Tamatims or... Jazars, Kiars. Let's go with Jazars. Which one's lighter? Yeah, Jazars. Okay. We could probably fit at least 2 Jazars on here. Possibly more. Yep, 2 Jazars. Okay. And And those have more utility than the pile bunkers would, so that's actually not a bad setup. Weapon settings. There's nothing assigned. Good. Yeah, we want that one to be our camera, because it's in the center of the grouping. Okay. And then you will be these. Like so. And then you will be these two. There we go. And that's all set to go. Unless there's anything else we can do here. Don't think so. So yeah, no, that's set up. That's all set. And we've got like 300 weight. Ooh, could we get... It's probably not a good idea, but I want to see if we can fit one. I want to see if we can fit one of those mortars. Ooh, we could. But which one? That's the new question, is which one do we want? Probably the Doosak for its utility functions. Put it off on the side like this, maybe. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, just like that. Okay. Let's see. Our options are smoke and illumination. We'll go for smoke for now. Depending on how mission changes, we might go to illumination for other missions. And let's see actually how this hound feels now. I want to see how these different parts work now. So let's see. We've got, obviously, our rifles. Rifles are rifles. There's nothing unusual there. Nothing earth-shattering is going to be there. Ooh, these are very powerful, though. Okay. Yeah, the AR-100s were definitely a worthwhile upgrade. There we go. That should be all three of them down now. Nope, not yet. Okay. That's that one down. That one down. Move, 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 move. Keep going, keep going, keep going. All right. Those down. Moving on to the next grouping. Shotgun time. Actually, no. Rockets on these. And the rifles will just tear them apart at this range. Unfortunately, the same is also true for their MGs. The same is also true for their MGs if we can't get them split up. Okay. Scout ACVs are down. Just leaves this primary group over here. Oh, I just realized I have to go and set the weapon group. Ugh. Okay, I need to set a weapon group for the Doosak. I forgot about that part. I know what it does, though. It's just a smoke mortar, which is useful, but I really don't need... Actually, I do want to see the size of the screen on that. So, let's see. Assemble, weapon settings. Group 4 is for the Doosak. Okay. Yes. And then just a quick trial sorting. I just want to see the size of the smoke screen. The other weapons are all exactly as I was hoping for. That's all good setup. So let's get a feel for this Doosak mortar now. It's very short range though, but it doesn't really need to have much range. It's the thing, because this is what it does. Oh wow, that's very short range for the smoke shells. Hopefully the illumination shells are better than that. But it is still useful, actually. Just being able to pop a smoke screen like this so I can retreat, that's very useful. Ooh, I like that, actually. I actually kind of do like that. But yeah, no, this is a good setup for sure. This is a pretty decent setup for sure, so let's run with this for now. Sortie. Let's see what we got here. Wipe out the rebels. Generators. Well, yeah, it's a generator. It does exactly what it says on the tin.
Squad leader to all units. Let's get this show on the road. Our objective is to annihilate all enemy units and destroy their base camp. Show them no mercy. Understood?
Yeah, I get the job. I understand the assignment, Sylvie. Don't worry. I absolutely understand.
This is your squad leader. Second lieutenant.
Yeah, have to read. I know. I hate the progress of time.
OpenCOMBAS towers. You are to lead the
I hate the progress of time as well.
In my own country, many peoples and many cultures. I don't care who you are or where you come from, mercenary.
Have to read. I am going to remind you of just how old you actually are. Just you wait. Just you wait. You will see.
Point H4.
You are to advance along the river. Keep an eye on your map, and you should find the enemy somewhere along the banks. Keep your guard up, mercenary.
Yep, already found them.
I'm heading for the compass at point F3.
Are these
This is Kristen.
Merkavas?
F3 has been secured.
Yes, they are.
Roger
They
that.
actually, okay.
Maintain position and stand
The mix of vehicles that they use for like air to meet ground units is interesting. Merkavas, Abrams. What else have I seen so far? Leopard 1s. Plenty of Leopard 1s, actually. Quite a few Leopard 1s.
Mercenary, can you hear me? Head northwest from there, and you should find the enemy facilities.
Okay,
There
moving
seems
up.
to be a defense force, but their numbers are small. You should be able to handle them.
It basically kind of is if you think about it, have to read. It kind of is if you think about it. Chromehounds is basically MT Simulator, except that there's like a lot of little details to it that I really, really liked that I'm kind of sad no other game, like only one other game has did. And actually there's one big mechanic this game had for the way it was built, for the way its building worked, that I'm really sad only one other game ever tried to do, and it didn't do a good job of it. And that is the hexagonal part frames. The fact that, and not just the hexagonal part frames, that's a little part of it, but the way that basically instead of having parts, you know, instead of being like this part goes here, you have to put this part here. Chromehounds gave you a lot of freedom in your building as long as it fit the size and weight constraints. Like some of the weird shit people have done over the years.
Point D4.
Some of the weird shit people have done over the years is still amazing to me. Like one of the iconic builds, even to this day, is have you ever seen the Pizza Boy build? Because somebody actually did make that, and it's silly as hell. If you've never seen it, I'll see if I can figure out. I gotta have a look at it again to see how it goes together, but I'll actually try and show you the Pizza Boy build in a little bit once we're through with this. Just because it's one of those builds that has such a status, has like attained such a status over the years of being, well, kind of iconic. Yep, breaking the shit down now. Rocket Crow! Oh, I accidentally fired a smoke bomb. I forgot I had the smoke mortar on me. Boom, boom. Just keep working through. Weirdly cathartic just smashing all this shit. I'm not gonna lie. Not weird, but it's just really cathartic just going around smashing shit like this. Gotta admit. Okay, that's the entire compound leveled though.
These insurgents are
Yeah,
extremists.
honestly, you're probably right about that. You're absolutely, almost certainly right about that. The other thing about this game though,
We've got enough to deal with on our borders. We don't need trouble at home like this.
the other thing about this game is it's a lot like Steel Battalion as well.
Working with you.
'Cause this game is in a very similar time period as Steel Battalion, right? This came out in 06, Steel Battalion came out in 02, Line of Contact came out in 04. This was from that era in the early 2000s when they were they really made that push to try and entice Japanese gamers over towards the Xbox. It didn't work, but it gave us a bunch of very cool games. So
Second Lieutenant
I can only complain so much.
Cavalry has successfully destroyed the insurgents' base camp and occupied the facilities. The squad is now tasked with mopping up any remaining resistance. In addition, the squad has received orders that intelligence is needed regarding an enemy HQ rumored to be...
Not really have to read. I mean, kinda nowadays, but not at the time. At the time, not really. Yeah, but at the time they were like really, it was like a lot of, I guess you might even call it almost like there was a lot of loyalty to Sony and Nintendo, and Microsoft just wasn't able to pull as many people as they would have liked over towards the Xbox. Okay, so we've got, I remember this mission now. Join the academy. Join the military upon graduating from Xerxes Academy, Xeres Academy with high marks, and served as a lieutenant defending the border, before becoming the first woman to lead an armored unit. When the rebels became active, she enlisted for the suppression unit. She wants harmony, but as a realist, she sees it's not possible now. God. Just seeing that date of birth and that age, that really tells you how old this game is. 1976, she's 27 years old at the time of the game's events. This game is going to be 20 years old next year. Ooh. Whew. That is one of those realizations that is always kind of unpleasant here. So let me save this build, actually, if it'll let me first. Yeah, assembly data, save. Yeah, you. As long as Left 4 Dead 2 doesn't hit 20, you'll never feel your back breaking. Okay. No, remove parts. Add parts. Let's go for HL 600s, a picket cockpit, comms, we're gonna want focus on mobility here probably, so Saba maybe? Saba's very pricey, but it's also very good. This will probably go Ithnan. Yeah, Ithnan, and then RC 1500 is just excellent, so yeah. Unless we can fit the Bardeen for, yeah, we can fit the Bardeen, okay. Okay, that's good. Generator, not you. Let's go for the... Shajar, maybe? Or the... What other options do we have? Ooh, a GEC. An USP might not be a bad idea. Let's go for an USP here. Though we're probably going to want to turn that sideways just so that we have the joints open. Actually, no, it's got side joints. That might not be a bad idea to use. We'll decide on that in a moment, but okay, so we've got our generator, we've got our cockpit. Let's think here. Weapons is where things are going to get interesting. We don't have a lot of weight to work with. Maybe some... Where are they? SG-101s or some Timsahs actually might not be a bad idea. Yeah, let's go for Timsahs. Can't put them on the generator. I was kind of hoping we could because that looks really cool. It looks really cool that way. But no, we're going to do... Could go top mount, actually. That might not be a bad idea. That way we don't have to worry about convergence and we can peak hills. This is an annoying decision to make. I think we are going to rotate that generator, actually, just so we can do that. So keep the part the same. Unless we want to go with something even smaller, like a Nobili or a G10. Let's see, what's the output on the USP? The output on the USP is 190. We could go to the Nobili. We do that. Oh, that actually works really well. We do that, though. We're going to do it that way. We got to turn it sideways. So we'll probably go with the Nobili in this configuration. So we have that one protruding upwards. And we also have a slightly higher profile to work with. And then let's see here. Back to add parts. Light arms. Let's go for... I'm thinking MG100s or Hamamas. Yeah, let's go for Hamamas. So I'm thinking, what's the damage on this? 316 versus 297, 274 for the stylus. Yeah, let's do Hamamas. And no, we'll put the Hamamas over here, kind of, standard configuration like this. Standard scout configuration. Actually, no, we might do that, actually. Yeah, we might do a quartet. That might not be a bad idea. And then we could put a utility weapon of some type. Yeah, like that. So 4 Hamamas. And then we'd put some kind of, like I said, some kind of utility weapon, like a... Ooh, what would be a good one? A Kiar, a Jazar, maybe a... Something that's got more punch, basically. But also not a lot of recoil, and that's the problem. And in that case, the Kiar or the Jazar is probably the better option. Yeah, let's go with the Jazars. Put those up here. Like so. They actually have a really nice field of view from up there as well. That gives us a really nice field of fire with them. We can have 3 of them. Really good. Hell yeah, we can have 3 of them. And then assist parts. Ooh, can we have a thermal imager? We could. Because do we want SD100? Faraday? I think I want the Faraday. And that'll go like so. Perfect. Then if we're going to do anything else to this, it might be to change the legs out to a faster set of hovers. So maybe something like... So let's see what our speed is right now. With the HL600s, we're at 235. Keep that number in mind. 235... Go to Wells, that'll be faster. Labua's would be even faster. Cushing's would be even faster still. So probably either the Cushing or the Ghazal. Let's go for the Cushing. I think they're a little faster. And we're still not overweight. Excellent! Excellent. Okay. We've got our setup now. Perfect. Weapon settings. Now. You. So we only have 2 weapon groups on this setup, but this is just a fairly nice little setup regardless. You, so we have higher peak, and then you, and then you. There we go. That's our setup. Perfect. Ooh, nice little compact. Ooh, can we add any extra armor to that? We've got about... actually, we could have additional armor. Which one would we want to run, though, is the question. Greaves, Hadids, AM-120s, maybe? If we did, we'd probably want to run them here. Yeah, like that. But nothing that bulky, I don't think. Counters, maybe? Oh, that could be an option, but it would require us to adjust our placements of weapons. Otherwise, it causes issues. And that's not particularly useful. Could run the... Where is it? What is a gauntlet way? It's the same problem as before. So we'd have to change our placements for that to work. But... we could do that, actually. Could we have 4 of them? Oh, we might be able to have 4 of them. Yeah, I think we'd have 4. Okay. So that gives us pretty good coverage, actually. Yeah, 4 gauntlets like that. Gives us pretty good supplemental protection supplemental coverage. And then, let's see. We would not be able to fit 2 more. I'd want to be able to fit 2 more to cover the top weapons, but I don't have the weight for that. Okay. That gives us a maximum speed of 225, though, which is perfectly fine for what we want to do here. Hound details. Color. Let's see what happens if we go for no pattern. What can we do with that, I wonder? Oh, we can only change 1 color. Ugh. We do that. We can start to actually do some interesting things here, though. Legs, same as before. How white is that? It's close enough. It's fine. And then the armor as well. We want that to be the white. We want that in white, because why not? Good. Okay. You in white. And then you 2 in white as well. No. Leave that as it is. There we go. And then you. There we go. Okay, and then the rockets also have to be done in white. Or at the very least in a contrasting tone. Maybe that middle gray. Actually, that middle gray actually looks really good. Yeah. Yeah, like that. And then this last one. Ooh, this last one we might do in a darker tone for contrast, actually. Kind of like that. Yeah. Okay. Our heats, our thermal imager is also going. Our generator is going to need to be adjusted as well. That's very visible. We're also going to use that darker contrast tone on it. And then the generator, maybe that in white, just to kind of like complete the look. And then maybe we'll apply a pattern to everything after that. See what we can do with patterns. Okay, that's all set now. Actually, no, because we don't want these to be brown. We want these to be gray. So bring this down to this gray. Do the same for the others. Like so. Good. And then you do the same. Good. Okay. Got overall main tone set. So now let's start playing with patterns. See what kind of weird shit we can do with this, I wonder. Taraki and Flectarn might not be a bad starting point. Or maybe Morscovian? Ooh, Salkari, no. Taraki and National Security, no. Taraki and Winter? No, 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 no. Cerberus camo, definitely not. Urban camo, maybe. Splinter, ooh, Splinter already looks very good. We might mess around with that. Or Spot Kit. This is bringing back a memory. Okay, so there was a very famous squad in Chromehounds. And so they were called the Wonderbreads. So there's a famous squad in Chromehounds called the Wonderbreads. And the entire thing, and as the name suggests, they would run this spot camo with the Wonderbread wrapping covers. And it was like, you would see that, it was like, I don't remember if they were any good or not, because like I said, it's been a very long time since I played the game. But it was a very recognizable camo scheme. Like, you knew, at the very least, you knew if you were playing against the Wonderbreads. Like, that was something you would always know to some extent. It's like, oh, hey, it's the Wonderbreads. Like I said, I don't remember how good they were, because it's been so long, and I didn't get to play this game much online. But I do distinctly remember them. I distinctly remember them. Ooh, let's go with the Salkari Mountain. And then, ooh, actually, no. We're doing this general stuff. We might as well do it this way, yeah. Bring you two down just a smidge. There we go. Yep, there we go. Actually, what does this look like in some other patterns real quickly? I just want to see what this looks like. Oh, let's see what this looks like in Taraki and National Security. Oh, that looks really good in Taraki and National Security. Yeah, let's run with that. Okay, that's good to go. That's good to go. That's good to go. Let's see how this thermal imager looks. Let's see how the thermal imager looks real quick, just to get a feel for it. Dun 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 dun. Yep, good. Dispersion on target. Yeah, the MGs are really nice on this, actually. Because gun convergence is unfortunately not a thing in this game. I really, really kind of wish it was. Like, even if it was like one of those things you had to set. Being able to set, either you would set your gun convergence, or it would be based on whatever you were pointing out, at least out, out to a certain range. That would have been really nice if gun convergence had been a thing in this game. So that if you had weapons grouped at least they would converge. Whoa, watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it. But this is what I really want to see. So I want to see how this works. Out of curiosity. Wow. Blue. Lots of blue. Like Predator. The Predator vision is actually really nice though, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Ow. Watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it. Got you. Come back around, we'll get this one, and then we'll close out the trial sortie. Okay, that one's burning. Turn off the thermals. Ad breaks coming up. We're gonna take this chance to just slow down a little bit and take this chance to get a stretch break, get some drinks, get snacks, whatever, and then we'll be back. And we're back. So let's see what's next. What's next? We got our build set up. Let's get back into it, shall we? Oh, that ACV's having a bad day.
All right, there's our opening.
Let's get moving.
I'm setting the designation for enemy vehicles as mouse until we've achieved our objectives.
All right.
Commencing
Come back here, little mouse. Come back, little mouse.
Locate and disable the enemy. Eliminate all opposition with extreme prejudice. I will provide radio backup throughout your mission. Do not let mouse escape.
All right, one down. Moving up, moving up, moving up. Check the map. We need to reach this way. I'm trying to figure out where the hell mouse is. Probably over where those ACVs ran to, so we're definitely gonna want to follow that one. Yep, there's the ACV. There's mouse with them. Yep, there's our rodent.
Mouse has arrived at point F4. Need to move on, mercenary.
Believe me, I am, Sylvie. Shit, 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 shit. Oh, mouse went this way. Okay, into the tunnel. Okay, that should be the last of the escorts. Mouse has stopped moving. Good.
Elimination of mouse has been confirmed. The operation is a success. I knew we let you interrupt Sikael for a reason. Nice shooting, mercenary. Mercenary, what do you make of the enemies we're facing? They seem too organized, too well funded to be a guerrilla outfit.
I was going to say, I'm wondering why.
They are receiving aid from Salkar, but they've always been a peaceful country. And if a war breaks out in the area, there's no way Morsko is going to sit by and do nothing. Their chances of winning a war would be slim, and they know it.
It's like Edgardo said. A war is coming, and nobody can stop it.
The Balearic region in eastern Tarakia is a
Balearic
new
region.
borderland.
Is it an actual region as well?
Sylvie's
I know this-
squad has obtained intel on the
I know the
enemy
region that most of this
HQ
game
from their
takes place
prisoners.
in is sort of like Eastern Europe
In preparation
and
for
Central and
an
Eastern
assault
Europe
on
and the Mediterranean coastal area. I'm just trying to think of where is the Balearic region? Is this an actual place? There is an actual name for that, but that's islands out off of the Iberian coast. So those are Mediterranean islands. That's something entirely different. Yeah. Which is, yeah, so that's a name for something entirely different in real life. That's an actual place, but it's a different place entirely. Let's see what we got here. Multiple attack routes. All are expected to have enemies lying in ambush. Long range attacks from snipers and other units. They've got us back in the two-leg setup, so let's go. No, we can change the name here. Okay. Yes. Let's go. Hound name. I know. Oh, I know what we're gonna call this thing. The hover cargo. Yes. Assembly data. Save. And we'll put you here. Yes. And then load our other data. Yeah, you. I already know what I'm going to call you as well. Change name. Because like obviously as soon as I saw that camo, as soon as I put the camo in this configuration, this was the entire bit from the get-go. So let's save this over where it previously was just so we have it available in the future. Yes, overwrite. Okay, assembly data saved. And now we're set to go.
This is Sylvie. Mercenary, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
According to the prisoner's info, the enemy's headquarters should be at point G7. Destroy it. There are multiple routes along the mountain to reach the target location, but I'll let you decide which route to take. Watch out for ambushes.
Let's see what our map is looking
This
like.
terrain, you
So,
won't stand a chance against enemy snipers. Try to secure as many COMBAS towers as you can along the
I was
way.
gonna say, I was gonna immediately head for that one to the southwest, southeast. I was gonna immediately head for that one to the southeast just because it was like right there, and that would give us so much more info to work with. The northern route as well is interesting, but oh, sniper ACVs. Move, 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 move. Okay, that one's been taken care of. Where's the rest of them? Artillery ACV. That's you taken care of. Watch for that artillery ACV. That thing is going to be a menace as long as it's active. You. Okay, we might need to just go ahead and take care of that artillery ACV. Inbound scouts. Yeah, we're just going to need to take care of that artillery ACV. It's going to be a problem as long as it's active. Okay. You next. And up this way. Grab this, and then we'll go from there. Just work up towards that. Work up towards the COMBAS, and we'll go from there. And that gives, okay, we've got secure the COMBAS, that'll help with our NA. And yeah, let's work our way up through here. This will get us towards COMBAS H, which will give us a better perspective on what we're dealing with.
You're almost at the target. Proceed with the attack as soon as you have visual confirmation.
Oh, hello. Bye. Oh shit, back. Kind of an awkward placement here. That slope is way steeper than I thought it would be. Okay, another one down. Oh, but that actually does mean we're somewhat protected from them. So we can engage these guys that are further out. There we go. Okay. That's one down. Where's the next one? Where's the next one? There it is. All right. Clear that zone. Looks like there is an armored squad there. Yeah, armored platoon there. Sniper ACV that way. So we should be able to avoid their attention by sticking to the southern area. And that'll also help us get... You know, that'll help us stay inconspicuous. Oh boy, we gotta cross a river now. How deep is it? Deep enough to be a problem, but we've already cleared the zone, so not really. Alright. That small, you know, those tanks see us, but other than that, nothing really significant. Whoop! Watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it. Okay. Bring ourselves up behind the COMBAS. We're going to use it for cover. Clear out the armor. Well, those should be one more over there. Yeah, I see it now. Okay. Whoop! Watch it! Watch it! Watch it! Watch it! Watch it! Fire's coming from that way. Yep, enemy sniper. That's probably what was doing most of the damage too. But we compromised their position, so they've had to move. Oh, new ones. These other ones see us now. One down. Two. Okay, so that takes care of the main threat. Oh, another sniper ACV. Ooh, okay, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. And just keep working our way up. Oh, sniper fire. Where's that coming from? There, got him. Down. No, I just blew out his legs. Okay. There we go. Now it's down. You can use that refinery structure there for secondaries, and that might clear out some of the stuff in the area. Looking for a primary structure here, probably. Which is going to be interesting to locate. But I don't know where it would be is the problem. Assuming there is one, I don't know which one it would be. But just got to work them all over, I guess. What this is going to boil down to is just shotgun all the buildings to death. Unless that's meant to be their headquarters, in which case I am woefully under-equipped to deal with that. Yeah, those are Merkavas. Okay. I was definitely right about those being Merkavas. And so I'm going to guess that going forward, that's going to be the thing, is if we see Merkavas, it's Salkari. I don't know what would be Morskoy and what would be... No, Tarakia would probably be either M1s or Leopards. Kind of starting to get a feel for what to expect and what to associate with who. So that's something at least. This is gonna be a horrifying image from the ground perspective. Just this giant thing coming through, and everything is burning around you.
Should become clear. So it might have been better if we hadn't gotten involved in the first place. Even if we assume Salkar is manipulating them, it's just as likely they're fighting because they're scared of us. The fact that America is backing us has probably got them on edge. Can we blame them? We're using America's backing to help protect ourselves too. But as they say, it is not our job to question why. Not I said anything.
Yeah. Idle chatter that might get you in trouble, that kind of thing. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying, Sylvie. Ugh. What's next, then?
Though they routed the defense force and occupied the enemy's HQ, there was evidence that the enemy had evacuated well in advance. And soon after, they received a report that their own base
we gotta go back to Braidwood now. Okay.
was focused elsewhere. Realizing the intel had been a trap, they immediately changed course. However, an enemy detachment lies in wait along their path, intent on destroying
The squad. God, seriously, whoever did the narration for this, that voice, I think that voice is that voice and the PS2, one of the PS2 Ace Combat briefing voices, that has been like my favorite, like historically, like my favorite setup for that kind of setup for the, what am I trying to say? Oh yeah, that has been like, that has made an impression on my mind ever since. Okay, so we need mobility for this, which means we are probably better off bringing the hover cargo. Yes. Get. Don't know how the firepower is going to work out for this because we don't have the ARs anymore, but we do have more heat rockets, which is actually quite useful, and we're going to be better off to deal with any water crossings.
Of course this had to happen when we need to return as quickly as possible. Damn Murphy's Law.
Yeah,
It's not
I
the
know
most
that
elegant
feeling,
strategy,
Sylvie.
but we need to push through. Mercenary, you lead the attack, and the snipers and I will provide cover.
Okay, we've got 2 defensive ACVs, we've got 2 artillery ACVs, and myself. Alright, moving ahead.
Squad detected at point D8 and F7. Take them out first. All units cover the mercenary, and don't miss.
Roger that. Opening fire.
Okay. Target's ID'd. Second group. Oh shit, it's our own artillery. It's like, wait, what's jostling my camera around? It's our own artillery, damn. Okay, so that should be the first enemy unit taken care of. Let's move up to the next position. Turn on the thermals, make sure we didn't miss anything. Nope, we're clear, okay. Second group is here. 1 down. Coming around, coming around, coming around. Another 1 down. Okay, so I'm hoping we don't have an ammo problem here. That's gonna be interesting.
Destruction of all enemy units at points D8 and F7 confirmed.
Okay, give me next coordinates, Sylvie. Never mind, I've got them. Shit, 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 shit.
Mercenary, can you hear me? We're being bombarded and we can't get any closer.
Yep, I found the problem already.
Large long-range cannon deployed at point G5. We won't last long against that kind of firepower. Approach from the rear and take out the long-range cannon first. From point G7. Got it.
Yeah, this one right here, I'm already on it. Oh, oh, okay, we got him. That should be the artillery problem taken care of. Let's confirm. No, 1 left. All right, now the artillery problem's been taken care of.
G5 confirmed. to source point I-3. All units move out.
Roger that.
Moving to the southwest. I-3 will not be up the mountains, but I am wondering if that might be a useful observation position. No, probably not. Okay. Come down. Let's see what we got here. What do we have here?
They've got a long-range cannon over here, too. Damn.
Yep.
Where are they getting this kind of firepower?
You already know the answer. We've talked about this before, Sylvie. The Salkaris. Ah, shit, more artillery, but it's to the north? Where the fuck are they? All the way up there. Damn. E3? Okay. Oh, artillery duel. All right, I see them. Engaging now. Two down. Watch that artillery. Rockets away. Okay, that should be the last of them. Squad report. Okay. That was in fact the last of them.
Managed to make our way through. Good work. Mercenary, there's something you should know. It appears that the prisoner that gave us the bad intel truly believed that he was giving us the real location of their headquarters. That means they are lying to their own people and likely planned on leaving them behind from the beginning.
Diversionary counterintel.
Thought. The enemy may be much bigger than we expected.
Yeah, but the question is who?
Skills. I'll be
The
counting
question is who? I mean, the Salkaris are obviously involved. The Salkaris are very obviously involved. But I gotta wonder just who it might be then. You know? That's the question you gotta start wondering, is just who might be behind this then.
Destroyed the enemy units. Sylvie's squad just barely manages to return to HQ. HQ's defense force successfully intercepted one assault.
Now we're gonna have to hold off another.
To use this position as a foothold to wage
All out war.
And has already launched another large-scale offensive operation.
Let's see what we got here then. So, defend Tarakian base. 2. Offensive base camp and destroy it. Fighting is broken all around. Slip through the assault and find HQ. Let's see what they've got us in by default. It's this setup. Ah, because we need to do a little bit of demolition is what it's looking like. Okay. So, assembly data. Let's grab Stridswagen and we'll go from there. Yes. Actually, no, I've got a funny idea here. So I know where we need to go, right? I know roughly where we need to go. I'm wondering if we can be a little cheeky with this. These would all be very slow. So if we're gonna run this, it would probably be on the Morscovian biped, and we'll just have to run with the recoil being a little annoying. So something like TL500s or TL501s. Yeah, let's try TL501s. See if we can make this work. And then we'll use the C10 or... Ooh, what about the Johnston? The Johnston might not be a bad setup for it. And then we're gonna want... for our mobility, something like the... not the Saba, no. Maybe the Wahid. Weapon com, we'll go with... we're gonna need a lot of stability here, so the Bratan, and then the RC 1500. We can't use the Bratan. 2 slots is our maximum, so what's the closest we can get to the performance of the RC 1500? 140, 88, and that's a 3 socket. The Latha is pretty close, so we'll run that. The generators, we'll probably go with a G101, most likely. Yeah, let's go with the default G101. Don't want to invert because we want the higher... we want that higher mounting point on it. Because that's where we're going to put our... are we going to put anything there? I don't know if we are or not. But we are going to need weapons now. So nothing heavy, I don't think. If we do take anything heavy, it'll probably be like rocket artillery. But we'll come back to that. And let's go for... where are they? Where are they? Not you, you. But which ones do we want? Do we want the Salkaris? The Tarakian howitzers? Maybe Fausses? Yeah, let's go with Fausses. We'll put those on the upper cockpit pylon, maybe? Like that? Yeah, that might work. Or, if we're gonna do that, is there a lighter one than the Faust? Palash is heavier. The Morscovian howitzers are heavier, because of course they are. The Thalj is lighter. The Espadon is lighter as well. 38 rounds should be enough for what we need to do here. Yeah, so we'll run that. And we'll run another one over here. Like so. I'm probably gonna want, I have at least 3. We're gonna want 3 of these for this. So a third one here, maybe? Yeah, that works really well. What are our ammo options? Incendiary, HE. Changing ammo types does not increase our weight, which is actually really nice. Incendiary is not going to be particularly useful here. So yeah, baseline HE is probably going to be the most versatile option. Next is going to be our backup weapons to help us get into the region. Get in country, if you will. I think we're going to keep this simple. Cutlasses on the forward. Shit, we can't put them there. Okay. So these would have to be changed maybe to a spacer? Just something to help with the alignment of stuff. Yeah, okay, we have to remove it first. Okay. So we know we're going with Espadons, though. That's what matters, is we know we're going with the Espadon. And let's see if a spacer might help us here. And if so, which one? Maybe, yeah, maybe some Yads here. Yeah, move them backwards like that. That works really well. Okay. And then another one over here in the same orientation. Yeah, there we go. And then we can put the howitzers, we can put the Espadons on there. And that'll give us our setup for the howitzers. Don't like how much that widens their spacing by, but I need, yes, okay. Maybe we can change out the spacing once I've got everything else implemented, everything else installed. So let's think here. We're doing that, and then we're gonna run cutlasses on the inner. On the front cockpit pylons, they still don't fit? What do you mean they still don't fit? Is there anything that would fit there? Anything usable that would fit there, I should say? Would Hamamas fit there, actually? Let's go check. If they do, we might be able to get rid of the spacers. Yes, they do! And another one over here. And then if we remove these, does it cause a collision? No, it doesn't. Okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. And then can we put 2 more Hamamas on? Or yes, we can. Okay. Because they're only 250 weight. We've got 1,000 to work with. Might want to hang them off the howitzers like that, just for a little bit of better... No. No, we don't. And that doesn't work either. Does this work? No, it conflicts with the cockpit. They'd have to go like that. That's fine. Okay. Just knowing they'd have to go like that in order to fit. Oh, we've still got about 500 to work with. Can we get heat rockets for that? Yes, we can. Tamatims. Okay. And we'll put the Tamatims up here with the top howitzer, with the upper howitzer. And that'll give them good peak coverage. There we go. Okay. Just go through all our ammo types. Everything should be okay now. Yeah, okay. That's all set. Let's set our groups now. First group will be the Hamamas. Oh, we only have 3 weapon... Let's go change our system device real quickly. Let's go to the Bardine. Unless we have something else that has better... That has like the same sort of advantage... Same sort of... Ooh, we can't take the TC-2000, so that's not really gonna work. We'd have to take something like the Bardine. Or, I don't like that. If we wanted to take the TC-2000, what would we have to do? We can't take the TC-2000. Okay. So we'll have to remove these. We'll probably have to go for something that's got a little bit more punch to it, is what that tells me. Because this is overall already a good setup. Could we have... Wait. I know what we could do. Remove these two howitzers real quickly. And if we put the howitzers in the lower position, could we have a longer weapon super firing over them? Ooh. That might work, actually. If we can, what would be good here? We'd need to have something that's got a lot of punch per hit to make it worthwhile. And that's kind of the problem. To make the Espadons worth taking, I don't think it would be low enough. Yeah, it might be. Let's give it a try. We might be able to make this work. We're gonna have to test it though. Let's see here. Then we go to cutlasses real quickly. If the cutlass fits, we're gonna bring the cutlass. It does not fit. Okay, it's kind of what I was afraid of. Might have to change the cockpit, actually. Let's see. If we change the cockpit, can we get something that has a better... One of the Moscovian cockpits might work. The Lee... The Stuart. That's the Johnston. The Stuart and the Lee have about the same height between them. The Nall, though... Oh, the Nall might work. Or the C-100 might also. No, those are too close. Shit. It would probably have to be the Nall or the C-1000. And that already makes things kind of awkward. That puts our weapon spacing very awkward. We'd have to rethink it entirely. Let's see if the Lee has better spacing or not. No, it doesn't. Okay, we're gonna have to rethink this entirely. What this tells me. So let's get rid of this cockpit real quickly. Ooh, we could run it how like the sniper setup runs it with the wider Salkar cockpit. Or not even, like one of the narrower Salkar cockpits. Where is it? Like the Nommel or the Brook. Ooh, let's run it with the Brook, actually. Yeah, let's run it with the Brook. And then we can set our comms as before. Which was, let's do Russell, Breton, and then RC-1500 if it fits. It doesn't, so we'd have to swap you down to a Wahid. We want to use the Breton and the RC-1500. But that's not a bad setup, so that works out. Okay. And now we need to think about the generator. And I already think I know what I want to run for the generator. Where is the... Yeah, one of these. The Franklin or the Young. Whichever one is lighter, I think. So the Young on the back of here like that. And that kind of gives us the same sort of staggered super firing setup that we wanted earlier. Or at least might enable it. So then, let's think here. Howitzers. We want howitzers to deal with that HQ from standoff. That's what I'm thinking anyways, is if we can get into a position where we can deploy the Espadons at standoff. Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect. Okay. Yep, this should work in terms of spacing. And then another one over here, like so. Perfect. Okay. So we've got those set. Now, let's think here. Remember, we can only bring triplets with the Britann weapon computer. So, yeah, our fire control system can only handle 3 groups of 3. So let's think here. We're going to have to focus on stuff that's got a lot of oomph. I'm thinking AR-100s, if they'll fit on the cockpit. Not quite. Okay. Ugh. Okay. We have to do this a little bit differently. Oh, we can have them surrounding, actually, you. Yeah, you. And then put them in a triangle. Yeah, use the sort of the triangular, not these. Not the Hajals. The AR-100s. In a triangular configuration around the howitzer. That might work. Or at least in a configuration around the howitzer. This is making it very tall and kind of awkward. I don't like that. But we'll see where we go from here. We don't have a lot of weight to work with, that's the problem. Remove. Let's try a different configuration. Get rid of the young. Change the cockpit out for something a little bit more standard size. Like a Jackson or a Forest. Let's go with the Forest. And then we'll go... So priority thing is I want the Britann for that recoil control. That's the main thing. I definitely want the Britann for its recoil control. But then I gotta work around that. Do I want to go with the Wahid? Can I get the RC-1500 with this? So right now we are at 2-slot usage. RC-1500 fits. We'd have to use a 2-slot weapon. 2-slot, what is that? Mobility controller, though. Maybe the Wahid? Yeah, the Wahid is probably the one that'll work there. Okay. So Britann, RC-1500, Wahid. That works. Okay, so that all works. Now it's just a question of how we're going to get the rest of this on here. I'm thinking we might change this to something with a bit of a lower profile. Like a... So let's check it here. 5096 is our current weight capacity. If we go to the RJ2s, or the RJ2s, the RJ400s... Ooh, if we go to the RJ400s, that keeps us in the same capacity class. We change this out for a... Ooh, if we change this out for an Ankabut, that works. And then we can do, like I said before, Wahid, Britann, RC-1500. There we go. Okay, those are all set. Now we just gotta think about our other parts now. Generator. We might still go with that. We might go with the young still. And run a slightly different setup than I was thinking at first. Alright, let's think here. Weapons. I'm thinking maybe... Bacillas, no. No. Espadons or... Yeah, I'm thinking Espadons. So yeah, Espadons as before. But down here? No, that doesn't work. They would have to be the upper super firing group for this to work. Yeah, like that. Yeah, they'd have to go on the upper super fire mounts. Like so. And then a third one on the generator like we had earlier. Yeah, that works really well. And then, what all can we fit down here? If we can fit the Tomatim or the Jazar, that wouldn't actually be bad there. Doesn't fit. Shit. Okay. What would fit there? Maybe the Hamamas like before? We can only have 3 of them. But if we just put them as a single dense grouping, no, they won't even, those won't fit there either. Okay. It's not quite as generous as a super fire layout as we had with the Stuart cockpit. So let's go back to that real quick. Or the Johnston for that matter, yeah. Yeah, let's go back to the Johnston real quickly. So you, and the RC 1500. Oh, wait, what? Huh. So this can only hold 4, 2... Well, in that case, we're going to go with the Thalatha. And then we'll go add parts. Let's see if we can get AR-100s on here now. If we can get AR-100s on here, that would be ideal. Because AR-100s would... Yes! A triplet of AR-100s on here? Actually, if we're going to do this... Set system device. I can work with the higher recoil. So if we go to the Bardeen or the TC 1500, the TC 2000 is the only one that can do that. So we'd have to go to the Bardeen, which would also let us bring in the RC 1500 and the Arba. We'll check something here real quickly. Bardeen has about 80 aim stability. What does the Ithnan have? 35? Okay, yeah, no, we want the Bardeen. And then Can we get 2 more AR-100s? Oh, shit, we might not be able to get 2 more AR-100s. Shit. I was say, if we can get 2 more AR-100s, that would be monstrous. That would, like, put us in, like, the exact firepower class we're looking for here. Like, this sort of setup, this would be literally perfect, but it's too heavy. Ugh. Change parts. We can change the cockpit out. Can we make this work? Would the Gerard? No, it's still too heavy. All of these are too heavy. The Nommel would, but that would cause part collisions. Wait, so we're at 5318. Might be able to get away with it if I change our legs out. We're on the RJ400s. We go to the RJ401s, that gets us closer. We go to the Grants, that gets us there. Yeah, multi-leg would get us there. It would just be very slow. Which of these would be the one to use in that case? Maybe the ML200s? No, because that causes collisions. We'd have to realign. Okay, so we'd have to realign the ARs, which is doable, mind you. But let's do that real quickly. Now, let's change the legs out to the MLs like I was looking at before. ML200s. Yeah, that's doable. Okay. And then, I'm about to add light arms, AR-100s. Oh, no. I know what we can do. I see what we can do already. Have to do a little super firing. We do a little super firing. We can have a little super firing as a treat. Like so. Yes. Oh, this is such a strange setup. Look at this thing. It's so weird. Oh, I don't even know what the hell to call this thing. It's a bizarro machine is what it is. Actually, if we're doing that, we might be able to do this. Strip those off. And then put the other two ARs up here. Like that. And then we might be able to change our cockpit out to something a bit less bulky. Like the... where is it? Like the Dauber or the Ankabut. Yeah, that works. If we do that, we can run Wahid. TC-2000. And Thalatha. Yeah, that actually works really well. And how much weight do we still have? Okay, that's our comm set. This is such a strange weapon setup, though. I'm not even going to pretend otherwise. I know this looks weird as hell. We're at 5139. Is that enough for the RJ401s? Yes, it is! But it leaves us a very narrow margin. We actually do want to run that. How much? Oh, but it is faster. So it might be worth it, actually. That might actually be worth it still. Okay. I just want to confirm something before we go that route, though. Will nothing fit down here? I don't think anything will, especially not the AR-100s that I really want. But I gotta see. Yeah, they don't fit. Okay. But I might still remove these two upper ARs. And then put them elsewhere, just so it doesn't look quite so weird. I know, it's purely cosmetic. This is purely a cosmetic decision. But bear with me here. Yeah, there we go. That looks a lot better now. Like, I know, it's purely cosmetic, but it was bothering the shit out of me. So please understand. Ooh, I do really like the look of this, though. This looks really nice, actually. Yes. And then, I don't even know if we're going to paint this one or not. We might as well, though, is the thing I'm thinking. We might as well paint it. So let's see. Color. Yeah, let's just do it as a general. Let's see. Let's go Terrakian Winter. Olive. Drab. White. And then you as the brown. Actually, no. We want you to be a lighter green in this case, I think. Yeah, like that. There we go. Actually, no, we probably want you to be the white in this case. We're going to go Terrakian Winter on this pattern. Let's see what some other patterns look like real quickly first. Moscovian Arctic looks really good with these colors, actually. Let's see how it looks if we switch this back over to that olive tone. Or even just to a darker green. Ooh, that actually looks really good now. Okay. There we go. Moscovian Arctic. Very nice. Very good. Let's get a feel for this recoil now. See what it does when we fire. That's the real question, is what's going to happen when we fire these howitzers? Oh, we are not very fast at all. Ugh. Okay, so this is gonna need some adjustments, is what this is telling me. We may actually have to go with the quads if we actually want to run this, because this is not nearly as mobile as I was hoping for. And mobility is gonna be important. How can we mount this? So that doesn't work. Max speed is 120. It's not like we're like ridiculously overweight or anything, is it? No, not really anyways. Let's rethink this though. Let's rethink things real quickly. Just need to get a feel for how these legs move. I need to put a generator back on here as well. Let's go with the G101 just to get a feel for how this actually moves with just normal. Yep, that works really well. And then let's think here. If we change these out for we change these out for Scots, that might actually change our plan a little bit. Be right back, actually. Hold on. Okay, we're back now. We're back now. Okay. So, let's see. Can we get this? So, I don't think we're going to be able to get the howitzers to work. Which is fine, I guess. I was trying to do something cheeky there where I'd be able to, like, find a hill and just bomb the shit out of the tower. Bomb the shit out of their base. Which might still be doable. I just don't like how slow it makes us when we try and do it that way. So we're gonna have to approach this differently. Scots, Shaws. We could go for a... Two legs would be faster, is the thing. Something like the Jamals. Yeah. And then... Actually, no, if we're going this route, we might as well go away from the idea of trying to, you know, bombard from standoff. So, let's go for Tharas's. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So we've kind of abandoned that idea just because, like I said, I couldn't make it without being, like, unacceptably slow. So, let's see. What can we do here? We could still run a standoff weapon, though. Maybe something like the Tridents or HR 1000s. Ooh. That could work, actually. This could work. And then we just need stuff to actually get us into the zone, which is basically going to be AR 100s or something similar along those sort of like weight class. Yeah. So we'd only be able to fit 3 of them. We only have the weight margin for 3 of them. Actually, no, we do have the weight margin for 4. What am I talking about? Put one here. No, we don't have the weight margin for 4. Okay. We'd have to use a different wheel leg if we want to run this way. Unless we didn't want to bring the HR 1000s. Because we're over by 130. I really want the AR 100s just for their extra punch. Oh, we can do it with the we can do it with the WL310s. Okay, so the WL310s will make it work. They're a little slower, but it's fine. Okay. Now we've got our setup. And then group 2 will be the HR 1000. Okay. Don't think we can take the big ammo boxes. No, we can't take the big ammo boxes. That adds about, see, 4390 to 4460. That adds about 50 weight per. So we wouldn't be able to take the large ammo boxes on here. We could try it, actually, just see how close it gets us. Yeah, that's a problem. Okay. We'd have to use a lighter weight AR in order to make that work. Or do something else. Okay. It's probably fine, though. I don't see us really going through 220 rounds of rifle ammo. Especially not with the AR 100s. These things punch like... These things have a lot of punch to them. So we should be fine in terms of that. Because let's see. Armory. Okay, let's check here. So these do about 551. AR 100s are about 716. Same as the Ravsakyle part. They weigh a little bit more, actually. Is there an advantage to these? 441 range, 441 range. Reload time. They're a little bit faster firing. Okay. Not really enough to matter. Okay. Let's see here. Yes. Trial, I want to get a feel for these large rockets. because the plan is to use these for the base bombardment, but I need to see how they feel and whether or not this is even a good idea. Okay, that takes care of the... Get rid of these tanks real quick. There we go. Takes care of the ACVs. Gonna have to deal with those scout ones first. Or not. Nope, never mind. They're moving. Okay. Gonna have to deal with these first. And then we'll be able to evaluate the effectiveness of the big rockets on base bombardment. Okay, so we are. It's probably a 300 by 300, 300, 600. It's about 700 by 350, which means we're probably at around. Let's get a little closer, actually. Well, we'll see if we're too far out now. No, we're pretty much spot on. 740 looks about. 740 is probably about right. Let's see how well these work here. Okay, overshot. Let's try 698. That's direct hits on target. Okay. That gets us into the right range there. How many of these is it going to take to destroy that base? Most like I said, if we can do this from standoff, that is a huge advantage over having to go in point blank with the bomb dispensers. This fires 5-shot salvos. Just for reference. Let's see if it'll even be enough, though. That's the main thing. So 3 more salvos. If this doesn't do it, we'll need to rethink it. Last salvo. Is that going to do it? No. Okay. So we need to rethink now. This rocket won't be enough firepower to take out that base. So... we may have to use the bomb dispensers. Let's think here. So HR 1000s are... Let's go to stats real quick. HR 1000 is 940. 100 rounds. So you get 20 salvos. 940 damage. These don't really help. Okay. So we'd have to use a different rocket launcher if we wanted to make this work. 882. These are less powerful, and they have fewer shots. So the large rockets aren't going to do the job. What about... that definitely won't. The Asifa might. The Asifa or the Bastard might. It's got more ammo. The Gram might. we're gonna try this, we might want to go for something a little bit punchier though, like the HC-1000. This is silly, but I want to see if it works. If we do this, we're probably gonna want to bring the HE390s or similar. Yeah, we're gonna want to bring the higher yield HE for this if we're gonna try this idea. So those are all still set good. Yeah, you. And then, yes, finish assembly, return to garage, yes. Let's see if I can make... I said, I just want to try and make this work. I want to try and make this idea work because it's so ridiculous, it would be hilarious. The recoil of this thing is ridiculous. But it's very powerful. Okay. Which is the main thing I was hoping for, obviously. It's just something that would have a lot of firepower that'll let me bombard that headquarters from standoff without having to get in point blank with it. Coming along over. Let's look here. We're probably about 1,000 away. So let's set for that. And see if we are on or not. The recoil is insane. The recoil is actually insane on this little thing. But like just being able, like I said, being able to use this as a standoff platform is really funny to me. And also, like I said, just not having to get in on, you know, in point blank range is really potential, has a lot of potential for just being really nice to avoid. You know, being able to avoid having to get within point blank range is the entire reason I want to see if I can make this work. So let's see, let's set our range for 950. If that works, that'll give us at least a start range to work with. Okay. 950 is about right. It accounts for the recoil and everything about right. So let's have a look and see. Are we doing enough damage per hit to make this worthwhile? That, I think, is the $1 million question. That's the $1 million question. It's very funny, but it's also very slow. And is it worth it? Let's see. Boom. Does a lot of damage. Like I said, it's very powerful. And we're able to observe fall a shot pretty reliably from here. Like I said, the question is just, is it going to do enough damage or not? Especially considering the very slow rate of fire it has. Putting heavy gunner weapons on this wheel chassis is very funny, though. I have to admit, like, it's gonna take a while for that to get old. That whee, the recoil making it go whee. That's gonna take a little while to get old. Don't think this is a great idea, though. We might want to go with something a little bit smaller than the single huge cannon. Think here, we've got plenty of ammo to work with. I just want to know how much damage we're doing with this. Don't think it's really enough to justify the recoil. So I'm definitely going to keep these, though. The quad rifles are very nice. What if we go heat rockets up top? Yeah, you, not really worth it. Very amusing, but not very effective. Let's think here, because we got to fit it in 1,500-ish weight. So that's our number we got to work with, is 1,500-ish weight. Could we? No. Espadons are too heavy. If it was 1,800, we could make that work. But not for 1,500. So we're going to need a different approach. May actually have to go with the bomb dispensers that I was trying to avoid using earlier. In which case, which ones are the ones to go with? Walloons. Sadaf is 1,700. Sardin is 1,300. Salmon. BD 100s are probably the ones to go with if we're going to do that. Kind of like that. Yeah. I really didn't want to, is the thing. I was really hoping I could make standoff bombardment work. Wait, there is still one other idea. There is still one other idea we haven't tried yet. Where are they again? Here they... Where are they? There they are. They're still pretty heavy, though. And that's kind of the problem. They're still pretty heavy. And you don't get a lot of ammo with them. Like, the Kurumbs are very heavy. Wow. Okay. But we might be able to make it work. And if we flip the generator... Does that get rid of the collision issue? No, it doesn't. It wouldn't. Why would I think it would? What is our power looking like? That's the other thing I think. Oh, we've got way excess power. So if we change our generator out for something lighter, we might be able to make this work. Because if we go to something like a nobility. And then turn it sideways. Yeah, change it, turn it sideways. Yeah, turn it sideways. A nobility turned on its side actually gives us a lot more weight to work with. Okay. So let's think here. We're gonna do that. Now we've got like 1,300 weight to work with. What can we fit in 1,300 weight that would be usable here? You really do need like 3 Espadons. If I was going to use the Espadons, I would need 3 of them to make it worth it. Especially considering that our spread is going to be abysmal. But halberds or Kurunds might be worth it. Yep, and we can fit 3 of them. Kind of a weird asymmetrical configuration, but it works. Now I just gotta see if it does enough damage. No, because I gotta set the weapon group, remember? There we go. Let's see if this does it or not. Because like I said, being able to hit that... being able to hit that headquarters from standoff range is going to be really nice. Which is why I'm trying so hard to make this work, in case you're wondering. Why am I trying to make this hard? Why am I trying so hard to make this work? That's why. It's that I don't have to get up point blank with everything to... point blank with the headquarters to engage it. It is solely for that reason. Now deal with these. Over here. There we go. Okay. Got 1 left. There we go. Now, here they come. 1 down. 2 down. Set. Range. 800. On the spot, on the money. Okay. 800 is on the money. Let's see if this is enough to do it. Like I said, this is a huge advantage if this works, because it means we can use more of the map. If it does work, I want to see how many rounds it's going to take. That's the other question to go with this, is how many rounds is this going to take? If it doesn't use all of them, that means we have some excess margin to work with. Fires in 6-round salvos. Keep that in mind. So... we know it fires in 6-round salvos. We know that... it will take... will it take all of them? Will it take more than all of them? That's the question we're trying to figure out here. It's looking like it's going to take all of them or more than all of them. Shit. Let's see. That's last salvo. What if this will actually be able to finish it off or not? If this can finish it off after that, that's fine. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to with the rifles. The rifles are working, though, so... Yeah, no, they definitely soften it up to a meaningful extent. What's our weight looking like in terms of margin? That's the next question to figure out. What is our weight looking like in terms of margins? Could we swap these out for more powerful rockets, for more powerful salvo rockets? Rocket pods. That's the real question here, is can we swap these out for more powerful rocket pods? And if so, how much more powerful? So we've got about 50 weight margin to work with. Karuns are how much weight? 740. So 552, 820 for the RL200s. Oh no, that's not 567. So that's 17 per, which would put us over by 4. RL200s might work. RL200s might work. RL100s, not so much. Like I said, we're at 552. So RL200s are our most likely, our best bet. Okay. Let's see if the RL200s will do it. And then let's see if our groupings are going to need to be redone. Yeah. But that's simple enough. So there goes our groupings on that. Yes. Let's see if this works. Trial sortie. Yes. Like I said, it's just the ability to engage from standoff is the entire reason why I'm doing this. Like I said, I want to be able to hit this base from a distance, just so that... I don't even know why I'd want to be able to hit, but I would like to be able to hit this base from a distance. For whatever reason, I would like to be able to hit this base from a distance. Okay, that's that one dealt with. Now here come the hover ACVs. Okay, they're coming around that boulder. Set ourselves up to engage that. Good, okay. Move up. Put ourselves at position 1. And then we'll need to do some ranging. Actually, let's go to point G1, do border G1, F1, and we should be able to get pretty good engagement range from there. That'll also help control our spread. Yeah, so border G1, border G1, F1 will put us about, I'm thinking these are 300 by 300 squares. That'll put us right around here. Okay, it puts us right around here. Shit, that puts us in range of the artillery ACVs. So, pull back. Alright, we're just gonna have to engage them. Okay. around, come around, come around, come around, come around. Okay, over. Shit. And that's not what I wanted to do, so I gotta restart it now. Oh, I gotta do it again. Because I didn't actually want to destroy all the ACVs. Because that ends the test. Shit. Like I said, I need to... I'm trying to get an idea of whether or not this is going to be enough firepower to engage those... That headquarters. Is this going to be enough to take out that HQ building is the question. And if not, well, what the three things then, I guess. Okay, that takes care of the ACVs there. Which lets me move up, which is the entire reason I want to get rid of these guys. But I don't really want to close with it. Where does that put me? Let's think here. 300, 600, 900, 1200, if I am correct. So we do need to move up one more, which means we're going to have to engage these guys. Okay. Now where does that put us? 300, 600, 900, just within 1,000. Okay. Let's see if that is close enough. No, we're a little short. So let's move up to H1G1. See if that works. If we're in range now, that's perfect. We might be... Yeah, we're just in range now. Okay. So, commence salvo. We have 11 salvos left. And if this is enough, that's actually really good. I'm really hoping this is. Because this puts us at a great position to actually engage from. Let's see. Get a little closer. Maybe here. See if that puts us within 900. If that puts us within 900, that's even better. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. We've got our placement set now. Let's see if this does enough damage to finish it off. 3 salvos left. Let's see if this does the job. That's another one. That's another one. Okay, this is our last salvo. What's this gonna do the job? Probably not. Okay. That does quite a bit of damage though, so... May have to use the bomb dispensers just to get enough damage out. Ugh, I was kind of hoping to avoid that. This is what I was kind of hoping to avoid, so... Well, if that's the case, then... Do we have the weight margin for them? Holy shit, do we? No, we don't. We'd have to... Yeah, we'd have to get rid of the rocket launchers. Which, fine, I guess. So like I said, I didn't want to, because I was hoping to be able to do it from a standoff range, but I'm guessing this is what we're going to have to do here. Okay. One there. And then one here, like so. And then we've still got like 600 weight to work with. Could we fit anything useful in that weight margin? We could almost fit a pair of mush misses. Or a pair of... no, we can't do a pair of Tomatims. That would be really nice, but that won't fit. I can already tell that won't fit just by looking at the numbers. Barums. Shotguns might fit, actually. No, they won't. They won't. Okay, I just checked. They won't. They don't have enough. I don't have enough weight margin for that. What about... If I swap the AR-100s for Thubans... No, I really do want... I want the extra punch of the AR-100s is the problem. Could I fit? No. I couldn't fit that. I wouldn't be able to fit that. All of those would have way too much recoil to really be useful. I could fit some stylets, I think, so that might not be a bad idea. A pair of stylets, just for a little extra firepower, or a Jazar or a Tamatim. Yeah, a Tamatim and then some sub-rockets on top of that might not be a bad idea. Now that I'm thinking about it. That's 321. Oh, those are heavier, actually. Never mind. Oh, the Tamatim is just very light. Okay. Is there a Salkari one? If so, is it also too heavy? It is also too heavy. Okay. Never mind. Probably gonna go with the pair of stylets like I was thinking about first. Or a pair of mushmiss if they fit. 309. They would not fit. Would a pair of Hamamas fit? Yes, they would. So a pair of Hamamas up here wouldn't be that bad of an idea. They'd have to go like that. Oh no, they could go like that. Okay. Okay. That gives us a little extra firepower, actually, which is nice. And so we've got our bomb dispensers are going to be group 3. So those are set. Those are set now. Okay. That works. And we don't have any energy or weight problems. Good. Let's take this out. Trial sorting. I want to get a feel for these bomb dispensers because I never liked these for whatever reason. And this is why I was trying to do the whole thing with the howitzers and the rockets. Is for whatever reason, I never really liked these. I can't explain it beyond that. There's something about them that I always just found kind of annoying. Moving up, moving up, moving up, moving up. Okay, it's that one down. That just leaves the hover scout. Oh, there's still one of them up there. Now it's gone. And work our way. I'm wondering now if we're gonna do it. We could run the artillery as like a biped for rocket artillery. Now that I'm thinking about it, we could have done something actually interesting with rocket artillery on a slightly heavier setup. But I said I just want to get a feel for these. I want to see what kind of an effect they have. We're gonna have to get rid of this artillery ACV most likely in order to do so. Or we can push them into bombarding their own base. Oh! Come back around. These are very effective, though. Okay. Well, they do a lot of damage anyways. I don't like them, though. Ow! Okay. So these are very effective, but also it put us in a bit of a situation. Cockpit heavily damaged, yep. So, yeah, these are probably what we're going to have to do. I just don't like them, like I said. For whatever reason, I have a personal bias against these bomb dispensers. I don't know what it is about them. I just don't like them. But it does work. So that is something at least. They do work for our purposes. Okay.
Units, head to point B1 and defend our base camp. If it's destroyed, we're done for.
So we have to push through the assault now.
Mercenary, we've received a report that there is an enemy base camp at point H6. Destroy it, and we can turn the tide of this battle.
Okay.
Mercenary, you're going to have to make hit-and-run attacks. Take out any enemy units you find on your way and destroy the enemy base.
Basically, rear line interdiction. Gotcha. So let's see. Our current position.
If our base camp is destroyed, we'll have no choice but to retreat.
Yeah, I know that
The
much.
defense force is doing well, but at this rate, they'll eventually be overwhelmed.
So yeah, interdict their rear lines and then also go in.
Backup, but try to take down as many enemy units that head our way as you can too. But don't take too long. It won't matter if we get there too late. It's up to you, mercenary.
Like I said, yeah, rear line interdiction. Yeah, we've got to do rear line interdiction. Okay, those are shotguns.
Enemy reinforcements detected. Hurry up and destroy their headquarters.
Already on it. These Moscovian rifles are so good. I swear. That's why I always like to bring them. They're just so punchy. Now, having 4 of them just lets us do so much goddamn damage. Sniper on the left. Another one up there. Okay, we're going to clear that one's line of sight soon. So they won't be much of a factor. But this one is going to continue to be a problem. It's one diver. It's one sniper down. We've cleared the line of sight on the other. More inbounds.
Mercenary, our soldiers are dying. We need you to hold back the...
Shit. And that's mission failed. Okay. Oh no, we left the NA, that's why. It's not because we failed the mission, it's we left the NA. It's like, wait, the hell, is that already failing? No, we just left the NA. Okay. So it's not as bad as I thought it was. But we have their attention now, which is what's important. Shit. Yep, we need to avoid doing that. Otherwise, though, that's not the worst situation to be in. So we don't want to rush right inside the base, but that puts us in a good position. We may need to go a little bit further, you know, a bit more back and forth. Yes. Run a bit more of a back and forth just to give us some more time.
Mercenary,
but
listen closely. If our base camp is destroyed, we'll have no choice but to retreat. The defense force is doing well, but at this rate, they'll eventually be overwhelmed. We'll provide backup. We'll try to take down as many enemy units that head our way as you can too. But don't take too long. It won't
yeah,
matter if
I
you
understand
get
my
too late.
priorities.
It's up to you, mercenary.
Okay, that's another one down. Our base camp is to the northeast. Watch those shotguns.
Enemy reinforcements detected. Hurry up and destroy their headquarters.
I am on my way. Don't you worry about that, Sylvie. I'm already on my way there. Sniper up there. If we can deal with it from here, that'll save ourselves a lot of grief. Okay.
Mercenary, our soldiers are dying. We need you to hold back the enemy.
Yes, I know, Sylvie. This is why I don't like wheels. This is why I don't like wheel legs. You have to deal with shit like this where it's like, trying to get yourself over hills and shit. Not over, like trying to like back yourself out of spots like that is always super awkward. So yeah, just fight our way through to their rear lines. That's their headquarters. Okay, hold here. Ugh. Okay, we gotta deal with you first. What that tells me. Because you're gonna be a pain in the ass if I don't. Just keep hitting us with the rockets. Okay, bombs are away. We're in a pretty secure location here. At the very least, we can force them to use their own ordnance to engage. You know, we can force them to fire through their headquarters, which does the job for us. So that any engagements we're doing there. Move, 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 move. Don't like how long these take to detonate. I noticed that just now. It's like these take a weirdly long time to detonate. I don't know if it's like these particular ones are kind of weird or what, but I'm just noticing that now. It's like these take quite some time to actually go off. Wonder if there's other ones that have shorter fuses. That might be worth looking into. Yes, yes, Sylvie. I hear you over there. I hear you over there. But I'm already at their headquarters. Already engaging. Back to get out of the blast radius. And mission failed. Okay, so this is not quick enough. We're gonna need a different approach. But, no, I'm thinking we're gonna need a different approach. Let's have a look at the map size real quickly. That might be useful to know. 3,000 by 3,000. So if we can get to point... Let's look here. 300, 600... 300, 600 roughly. 600 by 600. Yeah, like this 900 by 900 square. If we can get here, that'll put us in howitzer range. That'll put us in artillery range. Question is, can we do that quickly enough to avoid the other problems? But if we can get to F4, we can bombard from... We might be able to use a bombardment, actually. Let's have a look, see what they actually have us setting up with here. I'm just curious. Shotguns, heat rockets, bomb dispensers. Only have the 2 bomb dispensers. I'm thinking we are going to change our plans out a little bit. We are going to go for the howitzer approach, though. No. Change you for... I'm thinking grants, maybe. Yeah, grants? We gotta deal with the rifles. Okay, hold on. Yeah, we may actually just want to do it this way. Start over from scratch. Okay. Add parts, grant legs. And then I'm thinking... Where is it again? The Johnston, yeah. Grant Johnston. And then Wahid. TC 2000. Shit, I can't use that. Okay. Doesn't have enough slots. Let's go for the CETA for a second so I can figure this out. This one just doesn't have enough slots. Okay. System sockets. Okay. So let's take a look at the system sockets. Let's see if I can find something with more than 8. So we're gonna want 9 system sockets. That's like the one constant, which means we can't use any dual joint cockpits. Okay. Because we need 9 system sockets. Do we really need 9 system sockets? I don't know if I need 9 system sockets for what I'm doing here. So we might be able to get away with 8 if I'm just not quite so ridiculous with my comms. So Wahid for sure, though. Yeah, Wahid. Bardeen, maybe? Instead of the previous idea? Because that would give us 80 aim stability. But also still let us carry 4 weapons. Let us do 4 slot groups. And then here... Hopper... RC 1500... If we're gonna prioritize anything, it would be here. That's 90 and 62. The Russell wouldn't be bad. We can't use the MC-1500, so it's going to be the Russell. Okay. That's our setup. Russell, Bardeen, RC-1500. Generator now. I'm thinking we go with the Young, actually. So we can get some super fire action. Yeah, some super firing action like that. And then howitzers. Where is the damn howitzers at? There they are. Let's see if we can fit Fausses on here. We should be able to, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Can we do it this way? I kind of want to do it this way now for whatever reason. I don't know why, I just do. This is probably not a very smart concept, but I want to see if I can make it work. Yep, that works. Okay. That doesn't, though. But I kind of expected that wouldn't. Yeah, just a nice, you know, just a nice super firing setup. Like that. And then we can put defensive weapons on here as well. We've got quite a bit of weight margin for them, too, in fact. I'm thinking we go cutlasses. Or basilards, even. Let's see if we can get basilards on here. They are like 442, but we got plenty of weight to work with. So, let's see. No, they'd have to go on the rear mounts. Okay. Yeah, they'd have to go here. Oh, that works, though. That works. And then we can kind of keep it rolling like that. Yep, now we're on to something. Might have to go to a heavier leg set, but otherwise, yeah, no, we are basically set up now. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to go to a heavier leg set. So let's swap you out for, let's see, probably one of the more Scovian ones now that I'm looking at it. Oh, wow, no. Oh, no, the ML201s will do it. Well, the ML200s? Yes, either one will do it. Let's go with the ML200s, though. They're oh, no, 201s are fast. 200s are faster. And it's still not going to be a very fast hound, but it's faster. I like the way this setup looks. I'm not going to deny. I really like the way this setup looks. But I think that's as good as we're going to be able to get with that. So then these will be our howitzers. I'm thinking we go this one, this one, this one, then that one. And then our basilards. Like that. Good. Okay. Let's see. Can we get higher yield shells for the Fausses? Yes, and we probably should. We should probably use them too. So let's go HE290s. Like so. Okay. Now we're set to go on that front. And that gives us a lot of firepower. Oh, this thing looks mean too, is the other thing about this setup. It does legitimately look really good. I want to check something. It won't have... I don't have enough weight margin for it. I want to see if I can fit a weapon in there. I just want to see if a weapon will fit in that spot underneath, just out of curiosity. No. Okay. That's all I needed to know. I was like, would that fit? No, it doesn't. It would have been really cool if it did, though. I'm not gonna lie. It would have been really cool if it did. Yes. And then, let's see. Trial sortie. Yes. Just to get a feel for this, because this is giving me ideas. This is giving me ideas on how to run this now. And the Faustas are going to give me a lot of range to work with, which is the other big thing. And I remember something right, they also have more firepower to them. Yeah, they should have more firepower than the Espadons we were using in the Heavy Gunner training mission. Well, I say Espadons, but it's the Ravsakal part, so it's not really an Espadon, I guess. Point is, though, it should have more firepower, which is what matters here. So we need to reach the next grid border, and then we'll be able to bombard from there. Most likely. So we've got about a 1200 range. Let's see if that's enough. It's more than enough. Okay. Let's go 900. See if that does it. That should be dead on, actually. No, it's slightly short. So 950 or so, looking about right. Yep, that's dead on. That is dead on. Is this gonna be enough, though, is the question. Because we did have 7 howitzers when we did it in the Heavy Gunner tutorial, rather than just the 4 like we have right now. And we need these rifles to engage the other stuff that's going to be coming along the path. Trying to keep Sylvie and Co. alive. So yeah, let's see if this works or not. Unless it turns out this fucking base is invincible. That would make me actually kind of upset if that was the case. If it turns out this base is like invincible or some shit, I would be a little upset. Nope, that does it. Okay. So this has enough firepower to do the job. It's just gonna be a question of getting it into position. That's gonna be the interesting part. And it does it in a pretty reasonable amount of ammo, too. So, like I said, once we can get into position, especially if we're in a position where we can observe, that will do the job. Okay. This will do the job. Let's see if it's too slow. That's going to be the big thing.
Mercenary, listen closely.
Our goal is point F4. those scout ACVs are going to be an issue. Okay, get rid of this big guy. And his friends.
Mercenary, our soldiers are dying. We need you to hold back the enemy.
I'm starting to see what this mission wants us to do now. I'm betting this... Oh, is there like phases to this where we actually need to... Instead of just rushing their HQ, we need to do it this way? Oh, I'm betting that's going to be the case, isn't it? And that's why this setup is not going to work nearly as well as I was hoping it would. But let's see. We are inbound to point F4, which is our objective. They've got artillery up there. We can engage it from here. That artillery...
Our headquarters is taking damage. Defense force, hold your ground.
Yeah, I'm betting this is going to be like a phased thing where... Instead of this like heavy sustained attack like I'm trying to set myself up for. Well, but we are approaching the bombardment point. So that is something. Don't think it's going to work though. Okay, we can see their headquarters from here. In position. Fire and adjust. That sniper ACV is annoying me. Oh, there's two of them. Well, it's not just that it's annoying, it's also like legitimately a threat. Am I in range? That's the big question.
No end to them. Are you done yet, mercenary?
Yes, we are in range.
The enemy is focusing their efforts on us. Mercenary, hurry it up.
Okay, we are in range, commencing bombardment. Their headquarters having a bad day now. Let's hope it's fast. Let's hope we're not too slow. Really just a race against time now. Our bombardment versus their assault. Is this gonna work? I mean, it does enough damage, but is it gonna be fast enough? That's really the question here. And it looks like it just might be. Yep, there goes their headquarters. Enemy HQ neutralized. Whew. I'm probably not going to get a good ranking on that, but I am still impressed that actually worked. I'm still kind of impressed that that actually worked.
But I think America might be behind some of this.
Oh?
America is providing backing because they have their eye on Selkar's resources. Getting our people to cry out for war is exactly what they want. Just pawns in their political games.
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, that is sounding a little sketchy to me. No damage to Sylvie's ACV failure. Okay, yeah, but that actually worked way better than I expected it to. Huh. That worked way better than I expected it to.
In one fierce battle at HQ, Sylvie's squad now has the task of wiping out the enemy survivors.
Let's see what we got here.
Throughout the surrounding area, during which time they encounter the enemy leader trying to flee.
Okay, back to Braidwood it looks like. Mop up rebel survivors. So you must single-handedly destroy the enemy. That is all. Okay, so now that we've done that, let's go back to a hound that, you know, we don't have to deal with any like destruction of facilities or anything like that. Let's go back to, where is it? You. Yes. Yeah, go back to Stridsvagen. And let's see what we are going to have to deal with here. Sortie. Let's finish the job. Let's finish the job.
That went better than expected. After
Elma
that meeting,
Alcott.
we dropped the
Oh, those are 2 hounds.
We're still far from the recovery area.
Franco Gilardino.
Don't concern yourself with the
And so we got 2 hostile mercenaries here.
Don't worry, there's no sign of anyone following us. But you know, I heard the enemy's got a new ace pilot. Would have liked to see him.
There are no guarantees in battle. You should know that by now. He's still green. I won't make any
This is actually, you know, considering that this is meant to be like a tutorial for a lot of the online stuff, once you bring the online parts into it, it's actually really pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, it's actually pretty good.
It's a paycheck, nothing personal. We just need to survive the fight long enough to get paid and move on.
That commander unit is going to be the bigger problem. So we've got an artillery unit and a commander.
mercenary, but I'm not entirely in love with the idea of dying.
So priority is going to be on that hostile commander for sure.
Units, prepare to intercept.
They aren't alone though, so they do have backup forces with them. That's gonna make this interesting.
I just received intel that an enemy squad is headed your way. Engage them. There aren't many of them, but they somehow managed to slip through our security outposts.
Let's see what we've got here.
Watch yourself, mercenary. We are still in the middle of a battle. It will be a while before I can get there.
Yep. We got ECM.
You are the only one in that area right now. Destroy them without fail.
Understood.
Don't let guard them down.
So we've got 2 enemy hounds, and I don't know how much, I don't know what all else. This is gonna be interesting, that's for sure. This is gonna be an interesting one, that's for sure. Light armor forces up front. This definitely also hints at, we're seeing Abrams's, which hints at what Sylvie was saying before. Lends a lot of credence to her theory. And it's very concerning. You know, the Salkaris were bringing, you know, the Merkavas made sense for the Salkaris. But the fact that we're seeing M1s here definitely lends credence to, well, hi there! That explains the NA problems we've been having. And I know you're not alone. But you're the bigger pest. So you have to die first. To blind the enemy. Okay, that's 1 down. Now where's your friend at? Franco, where are you? ¿Dónde está Franco? There you are. Buenos dias. stay at close range like this. It makes his weapons a lot less effective. Wow, this is this is just bullying. I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of bullying at this point. This is kind of bullying at this point, just staying behind him like this and leveraging our mobility advantage like this. You know, that's actually a good point, have to read. That's very likely that we will, just because, I mean, we are actually, you know what? It's not even a question of we will, we already are. Look at games like Nuclear Option and Gunner Heat PC. Though they both are very much exactly what you're talking about. Indie games that look like 7th gen console games. That's what Nuclear Option and Gunner Heat PC are. That's why I really like them so much. Is because they've gotten to that point where...
This should be the end.
Actually, I don't know what I'm trying to say. But yeah, no, that is definitely a thing that is already happening. Gunner Heat PC, Nuclear Option... both come to mind. I'm trying to think of anything else that comes to mind that's also in that sort of category of indie games that look like 7th gen console titles, because it's not just, you know, we already kind of are. And hey, that's a scenario done. Ooh, oh, we got the piles for that. Those feel like later 7th. Okay, I think I see where you're going with this now. I think I see where you're going with that now, but I think this is where we are gonna call it for now. Let's see who's on we can raid into, shall we? Who's on we can raid into? If they're still on, I know who we want to raid into if he's still on. I don't think he is at this point, but let's go see if Bloom is still on or not. If he is, probably raid into him. So let's see, is he still on? Let's see if Bloom is still on. No, he's not. Okay. Who is on then? Zoe, Cece, Dorney, Primrose. Oh, Jean is on. Let's go raid Jean. Let's see what she's up to. And, I mean, as always, you want to see what I'm up to off stream. The link was just posted up there. And let me get that for the YouTube side as well. There we go.